Well, there we go. I can thank Cody Son for that one. Thank you, Cody Son. And drop the link if anybody wants to hop up here. Chubby Guppy, Alex, Cody Son. Well, Cody Son can't hop up. He's in the sticks. There we go.
Okay.
I'll go until my phone dies, or I'll switch over to the tablet. I'll just be in black and white. I ain't going to sleep. I'm up for the night. Yeah. Alex, take your time, man. I'm going. I'm going for like the rest of the night, man. Yes, I'm still going, Priscilla. I can't sleep, so I'm staying up and I'm hanging out with you guys. It is plugged in, and I even got it plugged into a fast charger, and it's down to 20%. Yeah, I'll probably be up till Father Fish too, so I'm gonna run this for however long. But see, I'll show you something funny. If I go on the tablet, I come in black and white, and I don't know how to fix that. You're telling me, fucking Alex, sleep is like out of the question. You there, Chubby?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm getting
Oh, okay.
repeats.
Oh, I got you. My bad. You just had that like look on your face, like I thought you were frozen or something.
Acid flashback. I'm getting a repeat back around to me somehow.
You got Marvin the Martian on one of your shoulders.
Yeah. No, right here. I'm putting my hand up. In about 20 seconds, everything I say is going to come back around. I hear the audio twice. I don't know what's going on.
Exit out YouTube. If you're still on YouTube, exit out YouTube and stay on your browser with the StreamYard.
That's what it is. I forgot to take YouTube off. I was freaking. I was like, wait a minute, something's not right, guys.
I'm trying to figure out how to get to my.
And now I'm lost. Did I close the wrong window?
No, you're still here. I see you. If you can hear me,
Yeah.
I still see you.
But okay, here it is.
There you go.
I've lost the main window of StreamYards. There, I got it back.
Why does it keep showing Biden? What the fuck? It's like everything you go on to before YouTube shows Biden.
Yeah, but Biden has bought a buttload of time on YouTube because somebody said, "Oh, Trump is playing all this time up on YouTube." So Biden went and just spent a buttload, and then Trump pulled everything. So I don't know what's going on, but I get a Biden commercial like every 10 seconds.
That's what I'm getting like every time. It's like Biden. And I was like, what? Like I said, I don't do politics.
Yeah.
I think either way we're screwed. But whatever.
Right on.
Now see, watch. I'm gonna show up on the tablet right now, and I'll be in black and white. And I don't know how to fix that.
On the tablet in black and white.
Watch. It's just what it does. Oh, we got people coming up.
I wonder if it's got some sort of filter on it.
That I don't know. I'm gonna pause this one.
Aquarium cup.
Aquarium cup. Yeah. See.
What's up, bro? Hello.
What's up, bro?
Hello.
Bro. I gotta pause this I gotta figure out how to pause this. I gotta pause it. Pause.
The other thing might be going on is it could be a bad connection in your camera on your
Priscilla
tablet.
said, Priscilla said, one of them is the lesser evil. One of them is the lesser evil.
You better take them both out just in case.
Turn your backlight to low. All right. Turn your backlight to low. All right. There we go. Bam. Bam.
Cody,
I
son,
need to
how
hear
old are you?
Priscilla's calming voice.
Oh. Yeah. Cody's son? I think he's around.
Yeah.
I'm 30. I'm
Okay.
30.
For some reason in my head, I guess the name, I was thinking he was a younger YouTuber, and I'm looking at his thing here, and I'm like, what? You did what? How did you do that? I didn't realize he was closer to your age.
That dude's got dreads for days, and he's like, I don't know, he's pretty cool.
All right, I've got him confused with somebody else.
Yeah, that Colton kid probably.
Maybe, yeah. I can say in my head for some reason.
Oh, he's got me by 7 years.
37.
He's 37.
I apologize. I'm bad. That tells me I haven't been watching this channel like I should. I know I'm following him. I'm pretty sure I'm following him.
Hey, Priscilla, FYI, I can't vote either, so it's on them.
Yeah, Kevin, you should age restrict the stream.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do it. I've tried.
You have to go into advanced settings. It's there. It's very simple. Not for kids and under that. Advanced settings, 18 plus, and you get no problems. And you don't get little babies in here.
Well, I don't get anybody but you guys anyway, because nobody else finds my channel. But anyway, advanced settings on what? The YouTube or the StreamYard?
Well, I shared it, so.
Okay. Shared it where?
On YouTube.
Oh, okay.
On the YouTube side, you got to go to advanced settings. And it's the 18 plus. That's what I did yesterday in my 7-hour stream.
Yeah, the one that I took over for like 15 minutes before you shut me down. No, I know why you did it, and I appreciate it, because I would have kept going forever.
I didn't shut you down. You were just a spinning. No. You were just a spinning circle.
I was, but look,
your Wi-Fi was out or something.
Down, oh, so as soon as you shut it down, Fishymon was getting ready to hop up on the screen with me. Fishymon was backstage. No stress to him. I stay off camera. The only time I've been seen is on Dan.
Watch the video. You were just a spinning circle, dude. You just had a spinning circle. Your Wi-Fi went out.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I'm jealous of Cody Son's hair too, man. Ain't no dreads coming out of this nappy stuff. I ain't got nothing up there.
Okay.
I'm pretty jelly.
I got something weird going on again. My camera is perfectly clear on its viewfinder, but when I set it on here, it's blurry as hell. I don't know if that's a StreamYard thing.
That's probably
my other cam is perfectly clear. it's only one cam, but like I say, I don't know if you can see it, but
I think YouTube is trying to block out third-party people. And yeah. Hey, Priscilla, you're in here. Do I have your email? If not, can you please hop up on the panel, drop it in the private chat, and then you can hop down, do whatever. But yeah, please.
I just figured what it is. Now I feel really stupid. Remember, I was telling you guys earlier about that program broadcast. I've got the background blur button turned on, so it thinks it's background. I turn it off, and there it is.
There you go.
So I have to remember, if I'm using my video switcher, I have to have that off, or it's going to blur everything that isn't a human face. That's why it works here. And then when I hit blur, it just blurs the background behind me.
Right.
But if you switch to a scene without a person, then it's background to the filter. So I have to remember to turn it off. Okay, so I don't know. Acid flashbacks or something. I'm having trouble seeing.
That's one thing I miss. I'm not gonna lie. That's one thing I miss.
I think they say that if you've done that, average person does it about 10 times, and then they get smart. And they stop. Those that don't end up doing a whole buttload of it.
Yes, GRB, this is a steel beer can holder. It's made by Yeti.
Steel or aluminum? Actual steel.
It's aluminum. It's aluminum. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea. Whatever Yeti. It's
high
metal.
Density alloy.
What Tim just said.
Trust me. I used to be a nuclear technician. I radiated a buttload of aluminum.
That's like saying, trust me, I'm a doctor.
No, I just told people I was. I didn't even have a college degree. You just act like you do, and after a while, they believe you. No, I was a Homer Simpson. I used to process radionuclides in a research reactor.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, we made radiopharmaceuticals and silicon chips, all kinds of stuff. Made topaz blue, radiate the stones.
He said we use wetsuit coolers here. You know what we call those out here? We call them koozies. Your wetsuit cooler thingy is called a koozie in America.
I got a bunch of them. Mark. I actually have one from the Crow's Nest, which is the last place you can buy beer before going into Afghanistan. And so a bunch of the service guys over there had a bunch of cooler cups made up, and it says the Crow's Nest on them. And when you tilt it up to drink, it's like fucking ka. But yeah, it's the last watering hole before Afghanistan you could get alcohol for the servicemen. So needless to say, that place was a party house.
I still have it. It's like a piece of rope. It's like, I can't really put my hands on the screen, but it's long enough to fit down a beer bottle, like just about any size beer bottle. And on the handle, it says it's not a drinking problem as long as you got a handle on it. And it's literally a piece of rope that you can like fit around the bottom, and then you bring it up and you fit it around the neck of the beer, and it just holds it so you can hold it like a mug and drink your like bottle of beer.
Yeah, it gives you a handle.
Yeah, it gives you a handle.
And if you have multiple, you can hold multiple bottles at one time.
Yeah. Me and my friends, we used to play this game.
Like 5 of them around that fist.
We used to play this game where we would tape 40-ounce bottles to our hands.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like the first person that had to pee or anything like that, like lost or whatever.
We did something similar. We used the Mickey's quenchers, the wide mouth bottles. And of course, a 40-ounce Mickey's was like drinking 7 beers because it's, twice the alcohol content.
You're telling
11%, I think, something like that.
I don't know. I can drink these like water.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, is that 5 or 3%? It's 5, isn't it?
I think it's 5.
Yeah, say Coors in them is 3.
Yeah, it's like 5.
Yeah. You say most of them are 5. I started making my own beer about 20 years or so ago, and so I got into the really dark, scary stuff. 12 and 13% beer, you know. It comes out of your cup like molasses.
Our stubble holder. Edward 40 hands, Cody Sun said.
Edward's 48.
Edward 40
somewhere
hands.
I've got a picture of Edward Scissor Hands sitting on the toilet trying to get toilet paper. Talk about a bad situation. What are you going to do when you get it?
Good luck. That's crazy.
Let alone that drunk,
cheaper than
let alone
water.
that drunk piss with scissors for hands.
Dude, if I had that problem, I'd be screwed. I would definitely be screwed.
Shit.
So
gasoline's cheaper than water here.
What?
Oh, Priscilla says beer's cheaper than water. Yeah, gas right now is like $1.69. It's pretty cheap right now. Yeah, I mean,
I did not know that was the name of the game.
They just raised our water rates, and so in Columbia, it's a big thing because they put us all on a prorated water rate, like we're in California. I have the Mississippi and Missouri River running by me. We have more water than probably anywhere in the country, and they've decided that if you use more, we should charge you more, even though we're letting the rest of it, just roll downstream. Wow. We don't have any kind of shortage of any kind whatsoever. In fact, we have floods almost every year now. And it's just like, we're going to charge you more. If you use more water as soon as you get over, I don't know, enough for a one-person home, we're going to triple it every third person you add in water usage. We're like, Jesus. Yeah, my bills, I was paying a combined electric and water bills like $300 a month, $350 was the high end. And now it's like $450, $475 because of a water increase.
Crazy.
Now I have 73 tanks, so I mean I use water, but
oh yeah, no doubt.
Just frustrating as all hell. And the city we own our own well, so they don't pay for the water. We own our own power company owned by the city, so they don't have to, worry about getting it from somebody else. We have a nuclear research facility that basically burns power, makes power, but no one uses. It basically just sits there and they run it for fun. Of course, they're usually, like say, they're running it for pharmaceuticals and research and things like that, but it's still a 10 megawatt freaking reactor and they're not using the electricity.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, that's like me trying to run my fish tanks out of my house. It's impossible. We have super high water charters in Western Australia, one of the driest places on the planet.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And I'd say that's the thing. If we were in California or somewhere like that where there's drought or, I'd expect to pay some sort of, sliding scale like that, but
right.
Not here.
Nope.
And if I was in the country, I'd just, dig my own well because that's the beauty of it here. We have just pristine water table underneath of us because, like I say, on each side of the state, we got the Mississippi on one side and the Missouri on the other, and then the Missouri turns and comes within 20 minutes of our city. So we've got groundwater. We
have wells out here, but there's still a bunch of stuff in them.
Yeah.
You still have to repurpose it. So it's like pointless to have a well for aquariums out here.
Yeah. Well, you were talking earlier about having a water softener, a salt water softener. And what you might want to consider with that is doing RODI, because you can take that softened water and run it through an RODI unit and get roadie water and then remineralize it. And that might actually be, depending on how many gallons you need, that might be cheaper than getting it from other sources. and give you a lot more control over what what your water's doing.
But I'm like literally illiterate when it comes to remineralizing water. Like I literally have to go to like a water school to learn like
It's
what I'm
actually
supposed to
so
do
easy.
with my water.
Can you make a cake mix? If you
Yes.
can make a cake mix, you can do it. Um,
Yeah.
oh crap, salty shrimp. I use salty shrimp remineralizer,
Okay.
and it literally it'll tell you. You figure out what range you want it to be in, and then it tells you this many scoops, this many gallons will give you this range, and it's almost exact. I mean, really, you might have to dial it in a little bit, but it's pretty simple. Now, if you're using a high volume of water, it's not the best option, but the beauty of that is though the salt process leaves a bunch of stuff in you don't want your aquarium, it
Right.
makes it really easy to run through an RODI because the RODI will take the salt out, no problem, and your residues. And because it's already softened, your filters and everything are going to last a lot longer in your RODI unit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now I don't know what this is, but Jesse from HC Aqua, he uses like an R. Well, Griffin does it too. It's for like RV campers and stuff like that, and it
Uh-huh.
hooks straight up to your hose outside.
Yeah. Those generally are RO units, are and they're not as thorough as like a typical RODI unit. It's usually just a carbon filter, and then they run it through some resin, so you get the same effect, but it's not going to get you a true zero DPI probably, or TDS probably. I mean, you can do the same thing, just run it through resin, but it costs you a fortune because the resin gets eat up really quick.
Right.
They make something called the RO Buddy.
And yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's not much. It's like $55-$60, and it's a complete RODI unit. It uses cartridge filters and stuff like that, so it probably costs a little bit more to operate, but it's got such a low front end cost that it lets you play with it and see if you like it without spending too much. I built my own kit, buying stuff off of Amazon, and so I built a multiple stage RODI with multiple stage resin canisters and whole 9 yards, and I got it all for less than $100, and it's probably a $350-$400 set if you were to buy it at one of the aquarium shops. But just getting the stuff separate and putting it together yourself, you can do a lot better. And then I'm running multiple RO membranes, so instead of getting a 4-to-1 waste ratio, I'm getting a 2-to-1 waste ratio and getting 200 gallons of RODI a day instead of the 100. So, well, they claim 100, you'll get 60 to 70 depending on your water pressure. And
right. So, I was gonna say, like, those things, I feel like they waste a lot of water, but
yeah. And then for the waste,
beneficial.
I take all my wastewater and run it into my clothes washer. So all my wastewater I end up washing clothes in. Some people run it to their gardens. Some people put it in fish tanks. I don't do that. Depends on what you start with. If you have a pretty low TDS to start with, you can actually run it into your other fish tanks that don't need,
Now,
just depends what you're taking out.
If I were to do the test on the water that comes out of my hose, are you saying I should let that sit for 24 hours before I test it?
Yeah, if you want to get a good baseline,
right.
Take a sample. You don't have to do, if you just want to test it, just take a cup. Take a clear glass cup that's good and clean.
Right.
Take the sample and let it sit on the counter overnight. Test it then, and then let it sit overnight and test it the next day, and just see how much difference you get. The big difference, like say, is when they start adding chloramine. Chloramine doesn't evaporate out as easily as regular chlorine does. It has to be broke down first, and it depends the compound they're using. Some places use a compound that actually destabilizes really quickly, and the chloramine will all be gone the next day, like Alex was saying.
Yeah.
Missouri, they use a little different chemical formula, and we can't do that. I have to run it through carbon block filters to get all the chloramine out, or wait weeks, closer to a week before it'll all go out. But what that does is, if the chloramine's in there, not only are you going to get the chlorine from it, but you get an ammonia spike from it first. Because as it breaks down, it goes through a chain of ammonia and chlorines and other fun stuff. So what I set up in mine is I run from my laundry room where my washer and dryer hookups are. I wide that off and I run it through a temperature control valve so that everything comes out at 78 degrees from hot and cold. It mixes them. And then I run it through a 3-stage carbon block filter. And that gives me my regular tank water, like for my guppies and stuff like that. And it's still a higher TDS. It's not RODI water, but it removes all the chlorine, ammonia, and all that. So I don't have to use any kind of water additive. So I can run straight from that hose straight into my tanks. Now, you want to be careful doing that on some systems. If your water pressure is too high, you might get micro bubbles and things like that. And that can cause hemorrhaging in your fish. It basically puts air bubbles in your fish's bloodstream.
Well, my water pressure sucks.
Yeah. Now that's more like RODI systems and stuff like that, where they're shoving it through a membrane. That's why a lot of times they'll say RODI water needs to be held 24 hours in a holding tank before you add it to the tank, especially for sensitive fish. That's why I do it 2-stage.
I have 2 walk-in closets in my room.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about getting like one of those stock tanks.
Yeah.
Nobody's backstage. Whoever's backstage, there's nobody backstage. I am paying attention. Anyway. Oh, she's probably telling me to pay attention to you, what you're saying.
Yeah.
But Cop just said he's backstage too. But no, what I was going to say is I was thinking about getting a stock tank, putting it in one of my walk-in closets, filling it with water.
Mm-hmm.
And just taking my water out of that when I want to do a water change or something like that, and just get like a power head pump or something like that I can hook a hose to, that I can bring straight. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say what I did is the first one I made, I used a trash can on rollers.
Mm-hmm.
And then from that, I put a fountain pump in it and have the fountain pump come up to the top of the bucket. And the top of the bucket, I put a Y hose adapter. And so on one hose adapter, I have a coiled 10-foot hose that will stretch to 25 feet, but recoils. And then on the end of that, I put a PVC hook, kind of like what you see on the pythons.
Yeah.
And on that PVC hook, I have a valve. And then on that other Y, I have a faucet that goes back into my tub that has a quick connect for a hose. So I can put a garden hose on it, or I can let it just drop back in my tub. So what I do is I fill that tub or trash can then to the top, and I have a $5 little moisture alarm that goes on it, so I don't run it over, because that's the first thing you'll do is you'll walk away, you'll do something stupid, you forget about it, and come back and it's running all over your floor. So I fixed that problem. Got that little thing that goes off, and then with that Y valve, they're also valves, so I can shut either one of those off at the tub, and then at each end of each hose, I also have a PVC shut-off valve, so I can shut it off there. So if I'm filling and it's emergency, I can shut it off there. And because it's just a fountain pump, if you put back pressure on it, it just stops pumping. So you're not going to burn anything up or anything like that. Or a lot of times I'll leave the hose off that second Y and let it pour back into the tub. And that way, when I put my water in there, I can turn the pump on and let it circulate. So if you're going to add safe or prime or fertilizers or anything, it'll just sit there and pump in a circle in your tub. That also, if you're having to wait for your pH to drop by running water or an aerator, that'll speed that process up. So it might be ready in a couple hours, not overnight, with the water moving.
Right.
It also oxygenates that water. And you can put it on a timer. So like if you're going to store it, like you say, you want to store it, put it on a timer so it comes on for 15 minutes every day, and that'll circulate it and keep it from getting putrid, keep it oxygenated, keep stuff from growing in the bottom, that sort of thing. And then, like I say, when I'm ready to fill, I can roll that anywhere, and I have a long cord hooked up to it, so I can roll it into the front room, plug it in, and fill those tanks or whatever. Now, that was before I put my carbon block filter in, so now I actually have a hose in my laundry room that I can just uncoil into my house. But what I do a lot of times is I'll take that, hook it on my bucket, and take my bucket to where I'm working and just refill the bucket, and not have to push the heavy bucket through the house with the carpet and all that, because I have tanks in my bedroom, the front of the house, my kitchen. And so it's kind of a pain to get to everything.
Oh, yeah.
But by doing it that way, you get so much more control over your water. You can tweak it. You can put safety zorb in the bottom of your bucket. Sorry, lost my camera.
No, you're good.
And things like that. And I never can't find the right button.
I mean, we can still hear you.
So yeah. Anyway, we got more than one camera. We can by circling it like that, like I said, you can add anything, do anything you want, adjust your pH and all that stuff well before you add it to your tank, especially if you're doing shrimp and things like that, where the water really needs to match close. That lets you do all that kind of stuff you want to without causing any trouble. And then, because it's all in that pump system, you can pump it in, pump it out. I basically did a similar setup with another one, a smaller 35-gallon one. And when I'm draining, I drain into that. And then same thing, I can roll it to the door and dump it out, or I can drop a pump in it and pump it out. One thing I'd suggest if you do that is get a little not infrared, but a little wireless remote, and plug your pump into that. And that way, if you're filling at your tank and you want to, you can turn the pump off, go to the next tank, turn the pump on, things like that.
So basically, I could get one of those Casa plugs and Bluetooth it to my phone and basically control it from my phone, right?
You can. I have those too, and I found that it's kind of inconvenient because 9 times out of 10 when I'm messing with my water, I don't have my phone. It's setting somewhere else. Whereas with the little wireless unit, it's a keychain fob, and I just clip it right onto the PVC pipe by the valve. And so literally the button's right there anytime I'm filling. Like I say, it's a little key fob about the size of your car key fob. And the particular one I have is a 3-channel one, so it has 3 on buttons and 3 off buttons. And so I have one run the pump for my bucket for my refills, and then the second one is my air pump, so I can turn my air pumps off. And the third one used to be lights, but now I'm using the Bluetooth, phone ones for all my lights.
So where do you get this plug, the fob thingy for what you're
just anywhere? Just look for a wireless. You can get it, any of the big box hardware stores or online. Just look for a wireless plug control. Usually sold for Christmas lights. Christmas is a great time to get them, just to turn your Christmas lights on outside. And it uses wireless instead of infrared, so that it'll work outside. It works about 50. It's only like a 50-foot range. It's not a huge range.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm literally only going like maybe 6 feet.
Right on.
Like everything's right here in my room that I'm doing. So I mean, I don't have fish tanks all spread out around the house. Yeah. I mean, I'm literally only going to be going like 7 feet top.
Yeah, and if you don't want to be able to roll around, trash can works great. And with the rollers, that I went that way because it was the cheapest. But if you just want to like find a spot for a tank, a 55-gallon food drum. At our recycle center, just to make sure it's food quality and that it had food in it before.
Right.
I can get those for $15 used or about $45 new for a 55-gallon. It's a open head drum with the bung holes as well, so you can seal it for liquids if you want to. But I like to have that top that comes off, because if you're going to do any maintenance inside, you can take the whole top off, or if you drop something in it. Whereas if you've just got the ones with the bung holes, you got a 2.5-inch hole to deal with. And so I would get the one that has the whole head that comes off, but that also has those access, because normally you'd want the head on, and then you can drop an aerator in one side or drop your pump hose up and out one side. There's all kinds of ways you can do that stuff. But yeah, just remember, if you do it, you want something that's going to circulate your water. You don't want to let it set stagnant.
Can I put a sponge filter in there?
Sure, or just the air hose. You don't have to have the sponge. Just an air, just an air line, just something to keep it moving.
Just something to move it. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't, especially if you have the head all sealed up like that, it's just like anything else. You'll get that sulfur smell. It probably won't hurt anything, but it just gets the smelling nasty, and it might start growing bacteria and stuff you don't want. And then about once a month, you want to take that and empty it and spray it down with hydrogen peroxide to sterilize everything, and then go again, because eventually you will start to get microfilm growing and stuff in your bucket if you leave it all the time.
I'm buffering. All right, I'm done buffering. You said just spray it with hydrogen peroxide to clean it out.
That's what I do. Walmart sells hydrogen peroxide with a spray bottle top, and just every now and then.
Does white vinegar do the same thing?
It would clean it. I don't know that it would sterilize it as well. It might,
because I use.
Give it a try. I imagine it would. I think you froze on me again. I use peroxide just because I know it's going to kill everything for sure. If you use a strong enough vinegar, it should.
I mix peroxide. I have two of these. I mix one with peroxide, and one with white vinegar. So I guess I'll just start using peroxide.
Now when I use peroxide, I do spray it full strength. Like I say, I just empty it and then spray it full strength from the top and work my way down.
Right.
Maybe use 1/4 of a bottle of peroxide. If you mix it with water, it might take a little bit more to get the same effect. But the beauty of the peroxide is you don't have to rinse it. You just spray it down and leave it, and by tomorrow that peroxide, within an hour, that peroxide's gone, and you don't have to worry about it killing fish or anything like that.
Right.
Vinegar should be safe too.
Well, when I tear down the tank, I spray it with vinegar, wipe it out, or I spray it with peroxide, I wipe it out.
Yeah, GRB 3%.
Yeah. I use the 3% too, but I'll let it sit overnight, let it, air out, do whatever it does, and then I'll set the tank up the next day.
Yeah.
But
in general, if your tank's got water in it and you're using peroxide, they say to turn your pump off for 30 minutes. Some people say for an hour, and that usually after about 30 minutes, it will be broken down enough that it won't harm your bacteria or anything. You can turn your pumps and stuff back on. But if you do use it in an active tank, just turn your pump off for about 30 minutes. And you can also, like, people use that to treat for algae and stuff like that. For shrimp keepers, you can use that to cure some of the funguses and stuff that the shrimp get too. Peroxide's great. I use it for lots of stuff. Dipping your nets. You just got to remember not to go. There's a certain part per million you can't go over. It will start killing fish and killing plants, and
I think
go ahead.
No, I think my tank's going through that seasoned stage right now because it's starting to get that brown diatom algae all over the glass. And
Nerite
I don't know. Yeah, I got pond snails, but
nothing cleans the diatom algae better than an airite. They just love it.
But then what do I feed them after that's all gone though? Because I don't want
Oh,
to just use them to clean up.
they'll eat whatever you want to feed them.
Oh,
Drop
okay.
some cucumber, some zucchini,
Right, right.
green beans is a good one. Spinach. I don't know if narites are supposed to have mystery snails and narites and stuff can eat spinach, but I think you're not supposed to give it to them as a primary. Just
No,
now and
yeah.
then. The other snails can eat all they want. The shrimp can eat all they want. A lot of your fish, tetras especially, love spinach. They'll chow down on it.
I would have never thought that.
My bala sharks eat spinach.
Wow.
Yeah, they chow it down.
I mean, I feed my endlers green
Yep.
beans every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do it all the time.
Another good one for your endlers is egg yolk. Hard-boiled egg
What?
yolk. Yeah, hard-boil an egg and take the yolk and push it through a screen.
Uh-huh.
Great for fry. High protein, and it'll fatten them up quick. Just
Good
again,
to
don't put so much in that you foul your water. But yeah, great fish food.
Where's it at? I use this, and I got it with a beta food kit, but this little ass spoon right here.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I use to feed my fish. I will fill this thing up, and I'll just tap it over the tank. And as long as I see my fish eat it all up real quick, I'll tap it again until they like stop eating. But you know what I mean? I give them what they want and I give them, until they stop. But yeah, this little thing right here, man, it's pretty cool. No,
I
attached it to what is this? Like one of those tubes you get on like a WD-40 can. It was never used. I just heated up the end of it and melted it together.
Another trick for stuff like that is coffee straws. There are certain coffee straws that actually will fit an airline almost perfectly. And you can do great things with coffee straws too. For spoons, what I usually use is Seachem medicine spoons. You can get those in several different sizes. That, and then for food and stuff, a lot of times I'll use the scoops out of my Bacter AE product. It's about the same size as your spoon, maybe a little bit more. And that's a pretty good size to keep around. And it really, go to Dollar General, go to one of your dollar stores and look around. You'll be amazed some of the little spoon sets and stuff you can find. Get those spoons. Right. I avoid the metal spoons because of the salt and stuff like that. Yeah,
and they
rust. But yeah, you can find lots of fun stuff. Jared B says, yeah, he fed his beta fry egg yolk.
Yeah.
They do love it. Like I say, I hard boil it first, and then another secret for guppies anyway is you can also mix vitamin B, like a vitamin B tab, in with that, and it will help stop fin rot and stuff on guppies, especially if you're in competitions. Like all the competitive guppy guys will gut load their brine shrimp with B vitamin. Like when you go to hatch your brine shrimp, throw a B vitamin in there with it, and they'll sit there and gut load on all that and eat it up, and then you feed those to your guppies, and that B vitamin will help stop that fin rot and tail splitting.
Hold on, I'm writing that one down. I'm gonna put that in the book.
I think the other guys, the other way you can do that too is you can also crush it up and just add it straight to the water column.
And you said you use Tums. What the heck do you do with Tums?
Tums is for calcium for snails that are having shell problems, shrimp, things like that. It's a ready source of calcium that they can eat quickly.
Oh, okay. So I can feed it to
a lot of calcium that you add to the tank has to dissolve into the water before they can actually use it. Whereas if you throw a Tum in there, don't use citrus, don't use the mint flavors because they have oils in them that aren't good, and don't get the chewy kind or anything like that that's got a bunch of additive crap.
No, yeah, you just want to get the old school.
You can get better calcium carbonate, supplement that you buy off Amazon or whatever, and that's the cheapest way to get it. But
Right.
they don't tend to eat it as quick. I mean, they will eat it, but the plain Tums fruit flavors, they'll run to it and start chowing down. And then with snails, they'll eat it, poop it out, and eat it again. I mean, you'll see it all over the tank. The mystery snails love it. Now, again, there are cheaper, better ways probably, and like I say, just getting the calcium carbonate additives or whatever, food additives. Health stores, you can get almost anything like that, cheaper than you can as fish food or as, crab cuisine or whatever the different foods are that have the high calcium.
I was told about something called Snalo or Snello or something like that. It's like a Jello formula that you make for snails.
Basically, you're making snail food and then adding gelatin to it to hold it together.
Yeah,
Tums help bloat.
okay.
I don't know that Tums would help the bloat per se, and I've not seen my fish eat at the Tums. Now they'll eat the snail poop that has the Tums in it. They will nip at it, but for bloat, I would go with Epsom salt baths, dips or baths, or get a Everything Aquatics has their anti-parasite food. I think it's quad flake or something like that. That has a little bit of Epsom salt in the food, and the dewormers. If you give them that'll usually, if it's any kind of blockage, help blow it right through as a laxative. And then the Epsom salt will help balance. There's Alex. The Epsom salt will help them pass that fluid out of their body if it's fluid buildup. Now, it really depends what it is to whether it's going to help. If it's late stage organ failure, it's not going to help. But if it's a blockage or something like that, a lot of times, I'd say about 50% of the time, I can bring fish back with basic bloat.
I wish people were like that.
Yeah, a lot of people, they just don't put the effort they don't put any effort into it.
Well, can't you feed your
medicinally? I wish people were like that.
Yeah.
My liver's failing. I better eat some salt and some Tums.
Actually, now here you go, Alex. Montromorillolite. I said that wrong, but it's shrimp clay, the clay that you add for shrimp tanks. Eat that.
Yeah.
It's better for you than charcoal. They sell it in a powder and you can eat it.
It's like Fuller's Earth kind of stuff.
Something like that. It's bentonite clay.
Oh yeah, same stuff.
And it's you want the calcium.
Diatomaceous earth.
No, it's not the same as diatomaceous earth. Oh. It's bentonite clay, or it's basically a clay soil, but it's mineral. They consider it a mineral. And there's a couple different versions, but the calcium based is what you want for your fish tanks and your shrimp. But it's just like Safety Zorb. That's what it's made from. If you look at the list on Safety Zorb, that's what it is that Montromorillolite, whatever it is, clay. And it's about 10% silica, and the rest of it is this calcium clay mix, and it's got tons of trace elements and minerals and stuff like that. So a lot of people that have added it to just their water column, they say that it helps prevent disease, that it'll help draw out all kinds of things. It's supposed to make colors better. I mean, all kinds of stuff.
Nice.
Like Mark Shrimp Tanks and those guys, he always adds that to most of his foods. But if you add that to your Snello, it gives them calcium. It gives them a whole host of trace elements. It absorbs poisons and toxins from their systems.
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. And I've never done it, but you can do it on yourself too. Like if you need a cleansing or whatever. Like people that eat charcoal and stuff like that, you can eat this clay too. So
I had to do that once when I drank too much.
I hear you. Now, a lot of folks will also say you can get it for the aquarium, you can get it as a commercial grade, and you can get it as a food grade. And everyone I've talked to said, spend the money, get it as a food grade. It's a little bit more money, but it's a lot better quality.
Interesting.
It's a lot. Yeah. Right. You're going to get a lot more use out of that amount. More
I just
benefit.
found out my wife made pumpkin bread.
Oh, yum.
Dude, you have the best wife ever. I want some freaking pumpkin bread.
I know she never bakes. I'm stoked.
Pumpkin bread's good, but I'm a zucchini bread guy.
Oh, I feel you on
I
that.
like
I
That
I
like
and
like
both.
pound
fried
cake.
zucchini.
Oh yeah, fried zucchini's great.
I'm asleep with
I
one
like
eye
apple
open.
bread the most.
My
You know what
dreams
I just found,
already.
Alex? It's fabulous. Walmart here has it. I don't know if they have it there, but they have mini powdered cinnamon donuts that are green apple flavored
Where
at Walmart.
Oh,
And
I'll
yeah,
have to check those out.
they're just call them like apple donuts or apple cider donuts, I think is what the label says. But
Nice.
I got them thinking they were just the regular cinnamon powdered donuts, which of course I eat like candy when I want to. But yeah,
No,
pop the first
yeah.
one in and it's like green apple.
Mm,
And it's that artificial green apple. It
sure.
tastes really good, you know. And then you add that cinnamon and sugar after it. Oh man, it's popping.
I was just telling my wife, like, I love apple bread, but I'm pretty sure, or apple pie, but the flavor is not really apple. It's like citrusy acid and pure sugar is like what you're tasting. So I was just saying, like, I wish you could like make more of an apple reduction and then like, add that flavor back in somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes like the Granny Smith apples, I guess, are pretty apple flavory.
Yeah, that's the apple I like is that green apple.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a lot of orchards. Washington's got orchards. We've got a lot of them here in Missouri too. But green apples, my grandpa used to graft them in the backyard, so he'd have like an apple tree with like 4 kinds of apples on each tree.
Nice.
You know, and so we'd go back there, and of course, 2 months too soon, eat 95% of the apples, and he'd come out, "Where are all my damn apples?"
Get diarrhea.
Oh yeah, we puked them up over the fence, Grandpa, just like you said last time.
Well,
Don't puke that up in my yard.
when I was living in Washington State, we used to cut the apple trees down when the season was over, and we would sell them to like people that used wood fire ovens and stuff
Mhm.
like that. We would sell them
yeah.
at big stores,
I smoke stuff all the time with apple wood.
and they would make pizzas with it, and
Yeah.
like a lot of the pizza joints would buy it from us, and like a lot of like the big cookers that do smoking, like you were talking about and stuff like that, they would buy it, and it was like some pretty good stuff.
Tim, do you have like a Traeger or something?
No,
What the heck?
I can't think of the name of the brand right now. I have a side box smoker.
Oh, cool.
Longhorn, I think is the brand name or whatever.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's a great big. Like
Yeah, we don't have room for
5
one
foot.
at our place, but my parents have a what's it called, Little Chief, for like smoking fish and stuff. So if I go hunting or fishing, I'll smoke stuff with that. But we don't have room at our apartment. I wish we did.
Yeah, I've got a buddy that's got a Traeger. They're really nice for certain things.
Mm-hmm. They're expensive though.
My finding though with them is that almost everything comes out tasting the same. Their smoke is just of a certain quality that it's kind of like some of the bar, the bar barbecue. You can tell it was decent barbecue at one time, but there's just a off flavor, just a slightest off flavor. And I think that if you would probably experiment and find the right pellet, you could probably do away with that. But some of their pellets are a little bit off.
Yeah.
Of course, when you're used to using regular wood, and then any kind of processed pellet or briquette is not quite the same as
No, it's a
real
huge
wood.
difference. Yeah.
9 times out of 10, what I'll do is I'll just get the actual real wood charcoal, the block, and then get the real wood, and I'll cut it up myself into 2-inch round, 1/2-inch thick pieces, and soak it and toss those in. And
that's the way
to do it on my own. I can get usually a little better flavor.
You guys want to see something? Sorry. No. So you can go ahead. Sorry. I thought you were done. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say the biggest thing people don't realize is usually you get most of that smoke flavor in the first 5-10 minutes of cooking.
Yeah.
And if you do it wrong, which most people do, they build this huge fire and then throw all their food on there. And what you're getting is the nastiest, most toxic choking smoke off that when it first lights that fire. You need to start your fire in a separate pit and then move the coals over. If you start the fire in the smoker, you'll get all that harsh smoke in the smoker, and it kind of ruins the taste of everything.
Look at you, Mr.
Yeah.
Barbecue physicist. Jeez. I knew coming from St. Louis that you'd know that.
Oh yeah.
I like
Q. Well, we got both. We got Kansas City and St. Louis. We got two different Qs on either side, and of course we get a lot of Texas barbecue sneaks up from the south. And
yeah, my family.
The only thing I can't stand is that damn North Carolina barbecue crap. That vinegar barbecue and mustard.
I like
barbecue.
vinegar. I like vinegar. I don't like mustard, but I like vinegar.
I love vinegar, but I don't like the mustard-based sauces.
Yeah, same here. But I like the vinegar. So something I'm not supposed to show, or not supposed to show. I just wouldn't.
Something we never saw, but you're going to show us anyway.
Yeah, there's like what, 8 of us in here, so whatever. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, cool.
So this is for Lucas Bretz.
Oh, right on.
So it's all going to be inked and look fancy, so that's why I'm not worried about showing it off. But his guideline was make me the green water wizard. And I was like, do you have any details that you... Man, this phone is... The camera on it is like angled weird. Do you have any details? And he's like, no, just make me look like Gandalf with green water involved. And I was like, all right. So it's going to be like a big swirling galaxy of green water coming from his staff, which is just like a ghetto old light bulb. And then he's going to have his filterless tanks on either side. He's going to have a bunch of like fish and plants hanging out of his pockets on his robe. And then like this kind of like electric force coming from the staff going up, and a bag of guppies in his hand. And then he'll have like some shrimp hanging out on his shoulders, just like he did in all the other art I've done for him. He likes the shrimp minions. So I've done a couple drafts, but I don't know. I think he's just at this point, I've done a couple things for him. So he's like, I trust you, just do it. I don't want to know. Yeah.
That's actually how I found out about you, Alex.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was the mad scientist poster.
Oh, it's funny that poster.
I'm proudly displaying here.
Oh, nice. That poster.
So
actually.
Did you make that shirt for him?
Yeah. This was Alex did this.
Yeah.
Throw me up on there.
That's crazy. I got you. Here it come. Hold on.
Yeah,
bam.
Lucas came to our club a few years back, and I met him when I was hanging out with Gary Lang.
Oh yeah,
right.
And so Lucas was meeting up with Lang to abscond with some rainbow specimens, and I wanted some of Lucas's little tanks, the breeder tanks.
Oh yeah,
I have his Endler. I have his Endlers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, gosh, Alex, I think you know the guy. There's a guy, can't remember his name. I bought Lucas's Endlers from him because it's one of your buddies, and I can't think of his name offhand.
Is it Bentley?
Hold on,
or
not Bentley? Oh crap!
Otter
not
Creek.
Jason.
Otter Creek Aquatics. Otter Creek Aquatics.
Okay. Bob Kaler.
No. I want to say he's out there in Seattle with you guys.
Oh boy, it could be a lot.
And
he
got him from you, and he was breeding them out. I think the Rainbow Tiger Endlers.
Yeah, I brought them out here like when there were none out here yet, about 6 years ago. So a lot of people did get them from me. I wonder who that was.
Yeah, I think he knows Bentley too, and maybe I've got you guys confused. But
Scott, is it Scottish Aquatics?
No, I'll look and find it. It'll bother me, but I'll
I know. I'm just curious now. It's not a big deal, obviously.
But I think he was breeding them out more for the black feature, and I ended up mine were a little different. But I had a catastrophic something happen, and I lost the whole tank of them all at once, like within like 3 days. So I don't know if some Calamaris got in with them or
I've had that happen before.
It could have been the water change too, because of course my water's so much harder than what you guys have out there. God, why can't I remember his name? Oh, it's going to drive me crazy. And it's been long enough I can't just pull it up.
It's not Jimmy, is it, from Aquarium Co-op?
Not Jimmy. Well,
does he have a YouTube channel though?
That's what I'm thinking. I don't remember if he did, but I didn't think it had much on it.
Okay, then it could be a lot of people then.
Starts with a C.
Chase?
Chase.
Oh, you know Chase. Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just like I say, just through you guys, and I bought that one set of fish from him.
Cool. Yeah, he's got a lot of them. Those, and he's got a bunch of macrostoma that he breeds too.
Yeah. I'll probably hit him up and get some more because, like I said, they were kind of neat. I have a bunch of the mini tiger endlers though that are real similar. They're a little smaller and they've got the red upper and lower fin stripes on them. You know.
Yeah. So the ones that I gave him, I had already started them down that road that he took them on. You know, and so I got them and they were like true rainbow ones. And Lucas, for payment of that poster, he gave me his king breeder out of one of his tanks. He had 3 king breeders, like males with a bunch of females, you know. And so I got the one that had the traits that I wanted as like half my payment, basically. And so then I was able to spawn a bunch of them from that, and then I got them all to have spade tails, which they didn't at the time. They had like delta tails, more not like full delta tails, but you know, the kind of like natural tail.
Yeah, the ones I had were all spade tail.
Yeah, so I went spade tail, and then I took half of them and I turned them into lyre tail, and then the ones with the spade tail I crossed with the Japanese blue endler, and got them to have this blue and purple and green coloration, and got rid of all the reds. And so they had like a white outline, and it was really good for a while. And then like I just kind of got bored with it. But then the other line, the lyre tail ones, looked like they had no stripes anymore, but they had a bright green, like a neon green dorsal and pectorals that were really, really bright, and the females had the tails that were colorful too. And I called those voltas, and so I know a bunch of people got the voltas that I bred because I named them after I got hit by lightning and I couldn't take care of them. So then I gave away a bunch of them, even though I was going to work another 6 months to a year on the line. But the funny part is I don't have any left, but I've seen them on other people's channels. They're like, I got this Volta, and they're like, I don't know why it's called that. And I was like typing, I'm like, I named it that. It's named because I got hit by lightning.
There you go.
So
is Chase SC.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's a diver. He dives for like gooey duck and stuff.
Yeah, and see, I don't know why I couldn't think of his name because he's my friend on Facebook and I see his dive stuff all the time.
Yeah, and he I need to go tour his place again. I've done 2 tours at his house, but he got a big, I think it's a 360 maybe. It's either like a 280 or a 360, some weird custom tank, acrylic that is for his puffer fish, and it's just
right on.
It's just killer looking.
I've got a low boy that I made on spur of the moment, and I don't know if it's going to hold or not because it's just actually thick residential glass.
Oh boy,
it's 2 foot by 4 foot by 12 inches deep.
It should probably hold.
And I was kind of getting a wild hair. My camera getting a wild hair about putting pea puffers in it and shrimp.
Oh.
I think that would just be a neat tank.
And shrimp though, they'll eat the shrimp.
Well, I've got
Sometimes.
9 pea puffers in a 39-gallon tall, and I've got guppies, and I've got coolies, and I've got started with ghost shrimp because I wanted to see. They didn't bother the ghost shrimp at all. Put in a mono shrimp. They don't bother the mono shrimp at all.
Good night.
And I put in red shrimp. Red shrimp disappeared. I never saw them eat it, but the red shrimp disappeared. So I started just kind of tossing cull shrimp in there, and actually they're not touching them.
Really?
Now, every now and then they'll hit on my. I've got some. They were purple dragon guppies that fell completely apart. I got them. All the males died. All the offspring were red and different colors, and so I just kept them as trash guppies and was just mad at the guy who sold them to me. But it was from Hawaii, and we had gone through like 3 batches of fish. They all died, and this was the last batch he sent me. And I was like, I'm not messing with him anymore, you know. It was all pissy, and I just kind of forgot about them in a little 5-gallon tank. Just put them aside, didn't do nothing with them. And they eventually started throwing these little gold, like snake skin inler things with a kind of like a partial lyre, like a shark tail, kind of like a lyre tail.
Oh yeah,
but more shark shaped. With like scallops in the back of the tail, almost like took a paper punch and paper punched perfect scalloped edge. But they were bright, shiny gold with the snake skin patterns and dot patterns.
Wow,
and black. But then they have like an iridescent sheen over them, that rainbow sheen. That depending on the direction of the light, I mean, you could get bright reds and greens and blues.
Yeah,
hues to that body. And so I just thought, well, that's obviously not right for purple dragon. So I just started pulling them and tossing them in the puffer tank. And lo and behold, I thought that they would probably gobble on them or something. Tails weren't quite right, and I didn't think it was worth messing with. So I just started tossing them in there. Well, I guess, I don't know if that was the catalyst for that whole batch going bad, but once I got those all out of it, about 8 months later, they all turned red. So I had these red, low grade red dragons. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. So I thought, well, I'll just work towards it. So I separated all the red ones, out.
Yeah.
And left all the gold ones. And then it was maybe another month or 2 after that. Now everything's coming out purple again. So I don't know if it was just a generational thing. I got through so many generations.
You must have gotten either codominance or a recessive trait that then got looped back with the grandparents.
Something jumped out, and then by separating the red out, I guess I got it back out. I don't know if it was the red or the gold, but separating those out, eventually everything started popping purple again, and now every one of them's purple.
Try crossing a purple with the golds if you have any left, just to see what happens.
I might do that. I thought about trying to do the golds by themselves.
If it was codominance, that'll make the red pop. If it's not, then you'll know it wasn't codominant, and it's that you just have the recessive somehow.
Yeah. Well, generally, I have that problem a lot. Generally, red tries to take over everything.
Yeah. Well, in nature, they've shown in studies that with endlers, swordtails, guppies, pretty much any postciliatus, that red shows that they have absorbed keratin, which then shows that they have all their other vitamins, because it's like an indicator that they have access to insects and fallen fruit. And so the females every time will go for the male with the most orange or red in wild ponds, like wild ponds. So
yeah, my 2 cull ponds are predominantly red and orange.
Yeah.
But I try to keep them all pulled out separate. And most of my culls I do color sort. The blues, the silvers, the golds, the yellows.
I see. I just can't wait. Like my wife and I have to put 4 offers, or 5 now, offers in on houses and come in second place on 4 of the 5. And it's just so frustrating. But I mean, each one has had room. And like one of our criteria is it needs a fish room essentially. And so I'm just like chomping at the bit to gear up for that and be able to have actual 10 or 20 gallons, like 5 or 6 for one line, so I can actually work with it and get traits separated and things. Because right now I kind of just play musical fish and hope that I got all the females, and if one female's hiding as a fry, you're screwed. So you say you got 78 tanks?
About 73.
Wow.
73 right now, I think.
That's epic.
It's fluctuating a little bit. couple months back, I had some blood clots and a mild heart attack. So I had to
Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
step back on a few of them, but I'm back at it again.
I'm sorry to hear
So,
that. That's
yeah.
scary.
Well, yeah, it's, I've had the blood clots before, and
I've gotten
so
those in my legs before.
it's one of those things that I tell the doctor, and he tells me I don't know what I'm talking about, that you can't tell that you have blood clots. And it's like, dude, I got blood clots. No, you don't have blood clots.
You know, they
I go to
told
the
me the
emergency
same
room,
thing.
Oh yeah, you got blood clots.
They told me the same exact thing. They're like, you can't feel a blood clot really unless it's on an artery. And I was like,
No,
I don't know. I
once,
can feel it throbbing, and it's just
yeah,
hot, and it feels like a rubber band almost being like
yeah,
pulled tight in there.
you can feel them, and if you get them in your lungs, you can really tell, because it's like climbing on a mountain. You just feel
That's like an embolism, right?
yeah. I had two of them, one in each lung.
Oh my
Second
God, you're
time
lucky to
now.
be alive then.
Yeah, so. And like I say, this last time it got to the point where my heart wasn't getting enough oxygen, so it started cramping up.
Oh man,
Luckily, I didn't have any damage to my heart or anything like that. But
they
it's
got you on
spooky.
like Coumadin or something like that, or
Xarelto.
okay.
Yeah, Xarelto.
Does that help, like the way you feel and stuff at all?
Oh yeah, it's helped quite a bit. It dissolves the clots up. I was actually on Eliquis before that, but my insurance screwed up and I couldn't afford it, and I quit it.
Yeah.
And I made it a couple of years before I got two more. But yeah, the last time I had two clots, they had clumped and split right at the first split, which is the most deadly.
Oh my gosh.
I had 60% blockage in both sides of my lungs.
Holy crap.
This last time they were deeper down in the lower lobe, so it was causing my heart more trouble. But he said, as far as brain shots and things like that, that it was actually safer to have them in the lower lobes and up at the main Y.
Yeah, my mom had one go to her brain, and she was she was in Harborview, which is our big regional trauma center. She was in there for 8 months. She was a vegetable for like 4.
Yeah, it's hardcore stuff.
Yeah.
It's, and a lot of people don't. Oh yeah, you look fine. Yeah, I am. Thank Jesus.
Yeah,
and all the apostles, because
that, and like they told me too, like when I had like some blood clots in my leg like 3 years ago or so, they were like, oh, just go home. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, just go home and hydrate. And they didn't even want to give me like a blood thinner, because they were worried that it would dislodge too quickly. So they actually like just had me take baby aspirin rather than like some hardcore one, and then steroids. But I just felt like waiting at home. I was just like, every time something felt weird in my body, I'm like, is that the clot? Am I about to die?
Well, and you'll learn too that there's a couple different classes of them, and there are some that is proper treatment, where you basically like a hot and cold compress kind of thing. You don't want to rub it. You don't want to do stuff like that, because like I say, you dislodge it. It's like Russian roulette. You don't know what's going to happen. You hope your lung catches it, but if your lung doesn't, to the brain it goes, or the heart. And as you say, it can get messy quick.
Yeah.
I have a strong feeling that's probably what's happened to Tracy. Something similar like that happened to Tracy at Ohio Fish Rescue. And we've had a lot of folks lately that have had really bad health, and people just don't think about it, especially like you said, we were talking earlier about how a lot, fish tube and stuff, it helps a lot of people, but at the same time it puts you in a chair, sitting down a lot. And so people who get carried away with it and forget about the active fish keeping and stuff like that, those blood clots can get you pretty quick. And that's actually what, like I said, kind of got me back into fish keeping. Is I had been through that. At first I got rear-ended, broke my back. So I have, neck fusions and lower back fusions and all kinds of fun stuff like that. So I already had all that. And then because of being so sedentary, I was getting where I couldn't get up and do things, and was just sitting around too damn much. And then of course started getting blood clots. So it's like, I can sit here and die, or I got to find something that'll get me up. Well, the fish, I could blow off a lot of things, but you can't blow off fish, dying in the tank. It gets you up, and you feel the responsibility to get it done. And it's funny that you'll get up and do that for these stupid fish that you wouldn't get up and do for your own damn life. But it works. It works. It motivates you. So for me, it's a life changer for sure. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I've had points where I was in a lot of pain from all my back injuries too, same deal. And you're just like, I don't think I can take this. Like, I just don't want to be around for this. And then literally I'm like, oh man, but the fish are begging. Like, my wife isn't going to feed them, right? And then and then obviously I'm thinking about my wife. I wouldn't want to leave her, but obviously it's just like, I can imagine if I weren't married, like before I was married, when I was in pain, it got pretty dark. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like pain will do some crazy things to your mind.
And people don't realize too that just because you've learned to cope with it on the outside, that you're not necessarily coping with it on the inside.
Right. I mean, it's kind of like someone yelling in your ear all the time, and it's like, if that's going on, like, people don't realize just because you're staying calm, it's like all it takes is one too many things going on, and you're going to be like, shut the hell up to the person, so
yeah. Or when you do snap, it's much worse than what it would have been if you weren't fighting that fun stuff. Well, and like me, I'm not in a wheelchair. I'm doing my best to stay out with it, no cane, stuff like that. So there's not, other than I'm just a fat guy. There's not a lot of outward sign. And of course, most people that know me all my life, I've been the go-to guy, Oh, you need a tractor moved? Tim can pick it up, that kind of thing. And I had 6 brothers, so it was a family of 7 brothers. So we got called on a lot to, come move stuff, tote stuff. We're building a barn. We're doing this. We're doing that.
Having a barn raising party. Yeah. What a party!
The mule's down. We need somebody to pull the wagon for the Tim. I'm like, no, no.
Well, that's another big lesson, is learning when to say no. I can't do it, guys. Sorry. Like,
pulling stumps, things like that. And I actually, after I even had my damn accident, my brother bought a damn swimming pool. And we go to pick up the swimming pool, which is supposed to be taken apart and ready. And it was all taken apart and ready except for the 16-foot by 8-foot wooden dock that was attached to one rim of it. And they said, oh, well, you got to take that too. And he's like, I just want the pool. I'm here. No, if you want it, you got to take everything. And so it was us two guys trying to figure out how to get this 16-foot by 8-foot 4x4 deck onto a trailer. And so I screwed it up more doing that.
I hadn't, until I broke my ribs, I hadn't really hopped on to fish tube type chats like these with just, whoever's on, just because I was like, well, I don't want to get sick of YouTube and then start making crappy content just because I'm talking about fish or whatever. But like, you go through phases, and right now I'm in a phase where I'm all about fish 24/7 anyways. So like, it's been nice to chat with people, but it's definitely nice to have like-minded folks when like I'm up all night and I'm just like either in pain, like right now, like my neck is hurting, so I could lay down, but I know I won't fall asleep, so I'm not gonna bother. So
I'm in the same boat. If I lay down more than 30-40 minutes at a time, it just kills me.
And then you get a good night's sleep where you sleep like 45 minutes or an hour straight without moving, and you'll wake up from it and you're like in worse shape than if you were tossing and turning. Like
you're all
the night
locked
you
up.
the night you finally sleep like 3 or 4 hours straight, like for me anyways, that's like a good night. And lately I sleep about 2 or 3 hours max at a time, and then I'm up for a couple hours, and then I'll go take a nap again. Luckily I have a schedule that is allowing me to do that, but if I had to try to do a 9 to 5 right now and that, I would probably run it into the ground real quick.
That's what happened to me. I was working in the nuclear field, and then had that accident, and then it was just like I worked for about 3 more years, but it was just just got to I couldn't do the job anymore, and they wouldn't make any kind of allowances for me.
See, I was working for Trader Joe's for 6 years before that, and I mean I'd cut down to like 25 hours a week or something, but what I was doing was I was painting signs and billboards and stuff for them. And with the back injury, like up against the wall, standing all shift.
Oh, painting is horrible for back.
And like looking up was just, I'd come home with like tears in my eyes. It was so bad, So.
Well, that's what happened to us. Is I was working and we had a big contamination. One of the guys in the lab took
Hold the Homer.
Yeah, he took a full vial of P32, which in itself is not a bad isotope per se. It's only like a 32-day half-life. But he dropped it and it broke on his lab floor in a room that he wasn't supposed to be in with it. So instead of calling us to clean it up, he panicked and he decided he was going to clean it up himself. And and thought he had it cleaned up, and then he went and got the mop and bucket from the custodian's closet.
Please tell me you didn't put it back after.
And cleaned it up and put it back. And then the custodians came in that night and mopped 3 buildings.
Oh my God.
With that mop and bucket. And so basically we could take our meters and trace from his lab where he ran to his car. He ran, to the next door building, to his boss. Everywhere he had gone, he had left this P32 on sidewalks, on steps. And we're talking, marble buildings, like a courthouse type building, on campus. They were talking about having to rip out $12,000 steps. And I'm not talking for the whole set of steps. I'm talking $12,000 per step.
Yeah.
They were going to tear it all out. And I'm like, you guys are morons. Why would you destroy not only an expensive building, but a historic building?
With a half-life like that?
Yeah, for a 30-day half-life. And so they said, well, what are we going to do? It's in the public. We can't leave it. And I said, no, calm down, everybody. And I said, give me 30 minutes. And I ran up to the hardware store and got about 10 tubes of 5-minute epoxy. And literally, we took 5-minute epoxy and mixed it up and went and covered every spot we found. So all over campus were these big chunks of 5-minute epoxy. And I'm like, it's going to take somebody, first off, they got to know it's removable. And then if they want to remove it, it's going to take them 30 or 40 minutes to remove it. And I said, and if we can't watch it well enough to catch somebody trying to remove it, we'll be okay. And in the same time, because P32 is a beta emitter, it's a very shallow penetrating radiation. So the epoxy was enough to shield it to the less than background. So there was no radiation to the public. Nobody could come and, I mean, what are you going to do? Lick the sidewalk to get it?
Did that dude get fired?
No, he should have, because they decided not to push him on it. We knew exactly what happened. And I told him, I said, we know what happened.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I said, we know that you spilled it in this room. We know that you mopped it up. We know that you did it,
It's like caught red-handed, literally.
And he was like, yeah, am I going to lose my job? And I said, you should. But it wasn't up to me. We're a separate department. We don't have any actual teeth. We're just the regulatory,
Sure.
The on-site regulatory for our own business. So it's not like we were going to turn ourselves in for it. We did. I mean, we turned ourselves into the NRC because we had to. Yeah. But it's not like we were going to turn on each other. But we made it very, very clear to his boss that if it ever happened again, not only would he be leaving, but he would be prosecuted and going to jail for such,
there's got to be some crazy charges for that.
Yeah. If the NRC would have known what really happened, yes, he would have been in prison.
Yeah, isn't that like
it was that negligent? Now, it wasn't that dangerous to the public, but it was that negligent in their view of how you're supposed to do things.
Yeah, did you just read about what happened up in Seattle when they were ripping out the old MRI stuff at the hospital at Harborview?
No,
they brought in a whole like container to do it and deal with it in, like I don't know what you call it, like a lead line shipping crate kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently there was an exposure for like, I don't know, 12 hours or something to the whole like eight blocks were irradiated basically.
Huh.
With something, I don't know what.
Shouldn't have been that strong to go that far unless they were transporting it around during that time.
No, they were doing demolition and they didn't even know it was there.
Oh, they blew it up.
They breached the container with a hydraulic drill.
That's a different story. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how all that works exactly, but I know that.
Well, it depends what the source was, but it was probably cesium or cobalt. And if it's cobalt, that's nasty. If it's cesium, still nasty, but not as bad.
Yeah.
But I just older units use cobalt, and that crap that'll kill you.
Yeah, I think they said it was a unit from the late 70s or early 80s that that the
Yeah.
container got breached on.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. I don't know what the container
I
means.
tell you another thing that happens a lot that people don't realize is these yahoos going around with X-ray units. They're nuclear X-ray units.
Yeah.
Uses gamma radiation, and they use it in like structures of buildings to
know if it's
No, not radon. No. Radon is natural occurring, very low level alpha emitter. Won't hurt you unless you
Eat it.
lay on the basement floor, and snort the radon as it comes from the ground. Basically, in most cases, your smoke detector has more radiation than radon. That has an americium or a cesium source. Most of them now are all americium 241. It's probably got more energy in it than what's in your basement. The thing that you get that happens with radon, the only way it's ever going to affect you is if it's concentrated, and the only way it concentrates is if you're in a hole that has no air circulation. Like a concrete basement that has no circulation, it can build up over time, but again, you would have to live there and you would die of old age probably before it actually caused you any harm. And the reason it's like smoking, it's an alpha emitter.
Yeah.
So it's just like smoking. It's not the nicotine that causes you cancer. It's the americium that's in the fertilizer they use for tobacco. The places that grow tobacco have a lot of americium in the ground or in the fertilizer they use.
Yeah.
And
that and there's like what 400 and some chemicals that also are in the smoke.
Well, yeah, they're in there too, but it's the alpha radiation. Alpha radiation is harmless on external skin. Your dead skin layers will stop it. Piece of paper will stop it. But in your lungs, it bombards the membrane of your lungs, and it basically it's like blowing holes, just constantly blowing holes to the tissues of your lung, and your lungs scar up, and that's where the cancer starts. 9 out of 10 times it's from the alpha radiation. If you smoke a pack a day, it's the equivalent of a rim of radiation to your body. So you do 2 packs a day, that's 2 rim. 2 rim is the absolute maximum your body should take in a year's time of most radiation out.
Yeah.
If you're actually in the business, they don't want you to get over 10% of that.
Really?
Yeah. If you get over 50 millirem a week, occupationally, they get upset. Now,
so are they harsh on smokers then in that field for that reason?
No.
Okay.
No, that they don't count that at all. They don't really have a way to count alpha radiation inside your body unless they probe you from within.
What do they call that? Whatever.
Well,
yeah, I'm trying to think of the name of the thing where they cut out a chunk of something to test it. Like if you have
a biopsy or something like that.
Yeah.
They can biopsy skin. It would just tell them that's that local area dose. I mean, they could extrapolate. We have programs that do that. We say, hey, you so and so was touched on the skin in this area of their body for this many minutes at this activity level, and it does all the calculations and says they receive this much body dose, this much extremity dose, this much internal dose, and then you've got the half-life to do, and then you got to also do the biological half-life.
Right.
When it's inside your body, not only do you have the regular half-life, but you also have the rate at which your body's disposing of it.
Yeah, metabolizes it.
The rate at which your body is storing it, like in your thyroid.
Yeah.
Most people that die of radiation poisoning, it's because it collects in their thyroid. Or at least with most radiation sicknesses, the salt pill that they give you to take protects your thyroid. It doesn't protect anything else.
Interesting.
And all it does basically is load your thyroid with iodine to clog it up before the radioactive iodine can get in it. So
that makes sense. It sounds about right.
Sorry, we're off on radiation, and we probably shouldn't be, but yeah, it's
interesting.
It's some wild stuff. It's a lot of stuff that I have a lot of knowledge of that I never have to use again because I'm retired. Well, every now and then it just regurgitates.
I find it fascinating.
It's fun.
I wonder if any fish use any radiation sensitivity to do anything with like their organs.
They're
Do any organisms sense radioactivity like in a non-harmful level?
sense it. I
Yeah.
honestly don't know. Cockroaches don't mind.
Yeah,
We
I know
had the biggest cockroaches running around our hot cell you ever saw, with hundreds and hundreds of rad.
that.
Basically, what we did, like I say, we're a research reactor, so we would take all the different samples, put them, weld them up in little aluminum cans, and then run them through a pneumatic tube system down into the reactor. Or we'd every Monday we'd close down the reactor, load a bunch of, they kind of remind you of a gun cylinder, a bunch of cylinders full of different products, and then put that down into the reactor, and then they'd fire it back up, run it for however long, and then every so many days they'd take out whatever needed to be taken out, and then, like I say, once a week we'd shut down the entire pool, the entire reactor, and then we'd go in and load all this stuff into a big 550-pound cask, which was basically made from boron, full of boron and lead and all kinds of neat things. And when it would come up out of the water, it would be like 3 or 4 R per hour. And then we would have to wrestle it off the crane onto a cart and then hand push it down through the lock, down into the basement, and then get it into our hot cell, which is like this, 3-foot thick concrete wall on train tracks that would roll to the side, shove it in there, and then we'd open it all up with the Rockwell robot arms and take them out, and then we'd have to cut the welds off, and then with tweezers, with these 18-foot robot arms, pull the samples out, measure them, sort them, put them into shipping pigs, which are little 6-inch tall, 6-inch around lead ingots, basically, with a hole drilled in them.
Yeah.
But then we had to open the door and cap those by hand. So you're like, get it on there before the radiation gets out. So it wasn't too uncommon for us sometimes to get 100 MR a week, and then like we would do silicon bar irradiation.
Okay.
Silicon bar, you irradiate it to align the NNP doped particles.
Yeah. So I'm an archaeologist by training.
Oh, okay.
So I get some of that with the dating stuff. So I know a little bit about that.
Right on. And we'd also like shoot topaz stones. Topaz comes out of the ground looking like quartz.
Yeah.
You radiate it, it turns it blue.
Blue. Yeah. Sapphire, you can heat it. You can also irradiate it.
So we did a lot of that. Of course, then the market dropped out. Topaz got to be where I think a Coke can had more value than a couple carats of topaz. So it was dirt cheap.
Yeah.
But
so I found out what I was talking about. I was wrong. So in Seattle, it was cesium-137.
Yeah.
In a 1972 device called an irradiator that emitted gamma rays to kill germs in blood and samples, as well as surgical instruments. And they pierced the lead liner of the container and then took it outside. And rather than putting it in their disposal unit, they put it in the cab of some sort of lifting device while the guy went and talked to his supervisor before they put it in somewhere else. So they said it could have been a lot worse, that they had a hot cell, but instead they left it on the loading dock.
Yeah, that's some real idiots right there. Well, I was getting back to that thing where I was talking about them taking x-rays. What was happening with those is these contractors would leave them in the back of their pickup trucks. And so some idiot would come and see this metal briefcase chained to the back of a pickup truck. Well, of course, they said, well, it's worth something because it's chained to the back of a pickup truck. And so they would cut the chain and steal them, and we'd find them in pawn shops all over the place.
Oh my God.
And yeah, if you pull these sources, you're talking just in a matter of hours killing people, the dose. The other one that happened a lot, even more than those, is we use them for agriculture.
Yeah.
And it's a cesium source that basically you drop down into the ground, and it's a a method they use to measure moisture in the soil.
Yeah.
And they can set up a grid work of those in a field and drop that, every 10 foot in a 100-foot square area. And from that, they can extrapolate the moisture over a large field, just by doing some samples like that. So it was really interesting stuff, but again, you got this super hot sample on the end of a 50-foot snake in this box. And as soon as they realized they didn't know what the hell it was, well, what's the first thing they do? They try to take it apart. And they take it apart and they get the source out, and then they don't know that it's radioactive. We had one guy did it, and he put it in his back pocket.
Smart.
And spent the whole day running around with this hot source in his back pocket. Well, he lost about 3/4 of his ass because it literally killed the entire, flesh structure.
Shit.
So that, crime doesn't pay, folks. If it's got that little yellow sticker, leave it the fuck alone.
Yeah. Stick to the copper wire.
Damn.
Yeah. Stick to the copper wire. Breathe them plastic fumes as you burn it off. But,
Moral of the story.
you think that's funny, but that's another problem we have here.
Oh,
Idiots dying from trying to burn wire insulation off of their wire in their crack houses.
yeah, we have that problem here too.
Yeah.
So the other thing it says is that during the operation, they removed a vessel thought to be empty. Nobody checked paperwork. They used a saw and cut through the cesium capsule, released radiation into the mobile cell first, and they looked for bright spots, it says in quotation marks. Didn't notice any.
Hot spots is the real term. They screwed the term.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it says, then the video feed cut out, so they decided to open the box and look at it to figure out what was going on, later finding out that the radiation killed the feed.
Yeah.
It said it was pegged on the highest scale that had in the sensor equipment in the hot box.
Yeah.
And more than an hour passed before they closed the hot box and then moved it to a loading dock. And then it says they also, on the loading dock, was the intake ventilation for the entire hospital too.
Yeah, and most likely it was a powdered source. So for uniformity, they're usually powdered inside the casing.
Oh, man.
And so, yeah, when they sawed through it, they released that dust, and it probably got everywhere. They probably inhaled it.
This doesn't mean anything to me, but is 2,900 curies a lot of cesium?
Oh, God damn. Yeah.
That's what they cut into.
One curie would be a lot of cesium. Yeah.
It cost them $9 million to clean up total.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I hadn't heard that one. That's bad. That's bad. The closest thing I've heard to that was in Africa. They had a medical unit like that they had disposed of, and some kid that was working at a salvage yard.
Oh, scrapping it.
Took it apart, and the cesium powder is metallic, like shiny metallic, and they were rubbing it on their lips and eyes as makeup.
Oh, man.
And they killed hundreds of people in this village because they got a hold of that stuff and busted it open, and it's like a silver paint almost.
Like the mercury kind of color or something?
Yeah. Just like the Tin Man. I mean, it's a shiny, a little more glittery, a shiny, powder. And like I say, they had rubbed their eyes and put it on their lips. And they lost a lot of people in that town.
That sucks, because that person
probably
had no idea.
They found it from aerial flyover. U.S. military found it in a flyover. They found the radiation source, and they were investigating the radiation source, so they could see it from the air.
Oh, like just in general, like they were just checking things. Yeah,
one of our surveillance planes flew over it that had counting equipment on it, and it's amazing what people can see that people don't realize we can see.
Right. Yeah.
There's satellites that search the Earth all the time for gamma emitting products. And that's another thing people don't realize is when like you could have a meter, and while that was in its casing, you could probably read it with most meters. I mean, as you got close to it, it might peg your meter out, but when it gets out and open like that and gets on your meter, it super saturates your meter, and it'll make your meter read lower than it should. So if you get something like that and contaminate your meter might show 0 or just a few millirem when it's actually thousands of rem.
Oh, shit.
So yeah, it's most meters that most folks use don't detect neutrons. They don't detect the gamma radiation, or they detect a very, very small percentage of it, because the gamma is moving so hard and fast, and it's a particle, it's an energy wave.
Right.
It passes through most of what it goes through. Like 95%, 99% of the radiation that hits your body is going to go through you and gone. It's just the ones that interact with cells that have direct collisions that are going to cause you problems. And of those, 99% of the time, it's just going to damage the cell. Right. But there's that, small chance that it's going to damage a DNA chain and, trigger a cancerous, response. Yeah. And that's why smoking is so bad. That alpha radiation, which is the most harmless of all, once it gets inside you, it's like the difference between a BB and a softball.
Sure.
Going through your, if your body was a side of a house or whatever, it'd be the difference of throwing a BB through the window or a softball through the window.
Totally.
And of course, that's just the size difference, the mass difference, and energy deposit, of course, are different too. So.
Right.
And a lot of times when you're measuring a gamma emitter, you're not actually measuring the gamma radiation. You're measuring the gamma radiation after it's passed through a shield, which can throw off, all kinds of different, electrons and things like that. And so a lot of times you're measuring those little beta emitters that are coming off of the reactions of the gammas to other substances.
Sure. Yeah.
And if you're going to measure gamma radiation normally, you'll see them. It's the same looking kind of Geiger-Muller meter, but it's got a huge, looks like a bowling ball hanging off the bottom of it.
Yeah.
It's basically boron filled. And that slows those neutrons down to the point where we can start to catch them on a ray tube, start to count them. You have to slow them down before you can actually see them. So,
and so you don't have any background in physics?
No, I started, just high school, but I started in college. I did digital electronics for a year and a half and changed schools. And when I changed schools, I came to the university here in Columbia, and I was being taught electronics from a practical standpoint. Which the technician electronics is the electron flow is backwards from engineer. So if you have an engineer's drawing, every diode's going to be backwards from what it really should be.
Right.
Everything's wired backwards. And from an actual technician, because we look at it different from electron flow, we see electron flow flowing, they see electron holes flowing. And so everything's backwards. And so that's how I got started. Is I started trying to transfer into MU, and it was in engineering, and they wouldn't take any of my damn credits. So out of a year and a half of school, they gave me 9 credit hours.
Oh,
and it irked me. And instead of going back to school, I ended up getting married and decided to work for them. So I started off as a shipping tech. Had no nuclear background whatsoever. I mean, I had electronics and high school physics and stuff like that. And I had one physics class in college, and we were doing laser holograms.
That's cool though.
So it was just an entry level physics class, and I took it to help out the physics teacher to basically teach the laser hologram lab. So, but yeah, I started in shipping and got to be a certified shipper, and then from then we did the basic pulling of samples and stuff like that, and just the gross handling, like the cutting open the cans and stuff. Then we'd hand it off to somebody else, and I did that for about 3 years, and in that time I worked my way up to supervisor. And once I was supervisor, of course, I pretty much got into whatever I wanted to get into. But then after that, I I left and did IT for about 6 years. And then when I went back as a health physics technician for the university. And so we took care of radiation safety for that reactor, for the hospital, for the vet school, and then for all the research labs on campus. So it like I say, start out just shipping boxes, and from that I become a health physicist. No degree. Now I did have to take some more classes. I took, some radiation safety classes and some radiation engineering classes, but not very many. Most of it was hands-on there at the reactor, because of course at a research facility we were doing cutting edge stuff every day. We didn't have to worry about so much of the training part that you learned or you went home. Alex cut out. I think he must have lost connection.
I hope that's what it was. I mean,
yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Just on ridiculousness, everyone lived.
Right?
We'll give him a minute. He'll come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to StreamYard and see if he tries to come back on my phone.
Dun dun dun.
I was just having fun listening to two brilliant minds play tennis together.
No. I've forgotten much more than I'll ever know.
Right?
The link. Okay, yeah. Might try slipping the link back up.
Yeah, I will. Oh no, he's right here.
Right on. There he is.
There we go.
Sorry, phone died, so I had to plug
There
it
he
in.
goes.
Yee-hee.
There he is.
Yeah. Sorry, we just totally monopolized everything talking about nuclear physics instead of.
I'll shut up now.
No,
guys, I'll warn you guys. You guys get me talking about crap, and especially this late, in the morning. I'll go on forever if you let me.
Yeah, me too.
Just interrupt me and say, "Hey, shut up." Give someone else a chance.
You and I'll have to chat later.
Right on.
Hey, keep going. Everybody's enjoying this, so just keep going.
Well, there you
That's why
go.
I've shut up and let you two talk.
Now
I'm
that
learning, everybody's learning. Just keep
now
going.
that I'm out of the business, though, like I say, this was a pool reactor, an open pool reactor, and so I forget how many thousands of gallons it was. But now that I'm thinking about it, boy, wouldn't it be fun to go drop some guppies in there?
Yeah.
And see how long it takes them to breed out.
Oh man.
Actually, when they first opened that reactor, they used to send divers down and check stuff. Yeah, they're all dead. But yeah, when it first opened up back in the early 60s, they'd run that thing for a couple of weeks, and then they'd send somebody down in dive suit to check it out.
My great uncle worked on the Manhattan Project,
Mm-hmm.
and he died of cancer.
Yeah. Bone cancer.
He knew it was going to happen.
My dad died of cancer.
Yeah.
What was that, Kev?
He said his dad passed away of
I
cancer.
said my dad.
Oh,
died
sorry to
of
hear
cancer.
that.
Yeah.
Damn cancer kills
That's where
everyone.
the PTSD comes.
With the radiation,
It
it
runs in
tends
my
to
family.
manifest itself in breasts and bone.
Mm-hmm.
And eyes. I mean, you get a lot of skin cancers and eye cataracts and things like that. But
My uncle also currently has it from. He was a ship diesel. He fueled ships with diesel fuel, and apparently handling diesel or jet fuel or those heavier fuels, bladder cancer is like super common.
yeah,
And so him and out of the guys he worked with that retired from the place, there's like 14 of them, and
Thank you,
something like 8 of them have it.
Thank you.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was not.
yeah.
I
It's
was not subscribed.
one of those things. Well, and like right here in Columbia, where I'm from at the university, like all the military gauges and stuff
Mm-hmm.
in World War I and II are all painted with radon. Talking about radon, radium.
Oh yeah, they used
And
to paint everything with that.
we actually were the university that produced the radium for Madame Curie.
Oh,
if that tells you anything, how long we've had radium on campus.
Wow.
But also during World War II, we supplied tons of the war effort
For all the
places.
dials and stuff and
on
planes
campus, they literally would load this stuff up in buckets, open milk pails, and put it in like a little red flyer wagon, and they would pull it across campus on this little wagon with open buckets of radium. And of course, radium will evaporate into the air, you know, like they say. Now, the radium coming from the ground through your wall is nothing compared to a bucket full of radium.
Right.
But what they used to do was they found out too that again, that white glow, they started putting it on their eyelids, on their lips, painting their teeth in. And in fact, I've got some, I'll have to dig them up sometimes. I've got a bunch of old ads from the 40s for the Olympics. Radium milk. They used to sell radium milk to sports professionals to drink. So the runners and stuff that ran in the Olympics were drinking radium, and they all died of bone cancer from drinking radium. And all these girls that painted their teeth and their lips and their eyes, it all got in their bones and killed them. Now,
there's a documentary about that. I can't remember what it's called, but like it's like the Glowing Girls or something like that. But it's about.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact name, but yeah, they were famous. But again, back then, nobody had a freaking clue. You know, Madame Curie died because she had no idea she was killing herself. You know, with the radiation.
It's like the UV
it was
tattoos.
Neat. Yeah, it was neat.
Yeah, I don't trust those UV tattoos.
Yeah,
they've got like crazy chemical lists in them. And I tattoo people also. And they were like the big fad for a while there. And, you know, now, I don't know. I don't see them as often now because, you know, you don't really see them much. Like if after you have them, you just kind of see a little bit of like a scar or a light trace of it.
Yeah.
But under a black light, it's, you know, whatever color you want.
Alex?
Yeah.
You tattoo?
Yeah.
Really?
Artiste. Will travel. Stick, needle, and arm.
I got this.
Yeah.
I got.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he froze right before.
Yeah, he's going to show you something. You got to fix it now, Alex.
Am I still frozen? Come on.
Yes.
Fix it.
You're frozen in black, white, and blue.
I think he's got radium on him.
I'll fix it. I got radium on me.
You were talking about your camera being black and white. Radium. It is ill.
Yeah.
I was right. You're not getting proper voltage to all your LEDs. It's because you get some blue ones and some green ones. But that's probably what's wrong. You've probably lost a connection on one of your pins on your camera.
No red.
I can see a little bit of red in certain screens. It's changing from blue to red. The color's there. It's just not getting a full signal. And a lot of times, if you don't get the full video signal, you'll drop to black and white. Color's usually the first thing you lose.
There we go.
All right.
Ta-da.
Here I am. All right. Ta-da. Ta-da. Can you see me now? I gotta wait for it. All right, there we go. See me now?
It better not be on your ass.
Right,
oh, cool. Big,
nice.
big old koi.
Yeah. You planning on coloring?
I want to get it fixed, but I want to get it.
You leaving it black and white, or are you gonna shade it in?
But yeah, it's hold on. There we go. Yeah, it's hold on. There we go. Wait for this to back out.
Whoa.
Zoom.
Leave. Wait for this to back out. There we go. All right. Can you guys hear me now? Am I good?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't hear an echo yet.
Oh, wait.
God, I don't know that I want it that focused.
Look at that beautiful face.
Getting a little pasty this time of day.
Now?
Now can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
I can hear you now.
All
Yeah, that's
right, I had to plug the
nice and
headset
out.
back in. But anyway, no, I just wanted to get it filled in.
Yeah.
I gotta get it
I need to
fixed. It
buy
was a
all
free
new gear.
tattoo. It was
That's
a
a good
free
free tattoo. Looks pretty
Yeah.
good.
You're gonna say they didn't do a bad job. Free
See, the
tattoos usually don't
Quillfish
have that clean of
stands for
lines.
Nah,
They
my buddy,
usually-
he had a tattoo shop for 25 years.
Oh, there you go.
And that's the only reason why I let him tattoo on me, because he already had experience and everything like that.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
no,
don't
I
get
just want to get
tattooed
the
at a truck
colors
stop.
filled in and everything like that. Yeah, never
Yeah.
that. You'll end up with something like this. You
Yep.
can't even probably see it. Wait, yeah. Yeah. You'll probably end up with something like that.
Yep.
But no, I just want to get it fixed. I mean, it was a 7-hour sitting. I got all that done in like 7 hours.
Wow.
It takes up literally my whole calf, but
Yeah, people don't realize how big your calf is. Like if you put it on a
Mhm.
piece of paper, like it's big area.
Well, especially if you want good
It's
dark lines
crazy.
like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to
He
go
either
over it and
used a
spend the
mag,
time.
either used a big wide mag, or he must have had to go over it a few times.
He used an ink called Mother's Ink. I don't know if you know what that is. Mother's Ink.
Yep.
Okay.
I use
Yeah.
the same
Okay.
stuff.
So yeah, he used that. He had like an old school tattoo
Yeah.
gun that he had like welded quarters onto it to like work with the knobs and everything. He was just an old school, just an old head, just an old school, you know what I mean? Just chilling. And he was like, "Yo, you want a tattoo?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." I was like, "What do you got?" And he showed me the koi fish, and I was like, "Oh wow, that like stands for like beginning of new life and everything like that, right?" And he was like, "Yeah, you're right." I was like, "Well, cool. My parents just died, and I'm trying to get off of drugs and everything like that, and this will be like the perfect tattoo." So yeah, he just like, I got it around the time when I was starting to try to change my life around, and when it's facing up like that, it means you're at the beginning of your journey. And later on in life, when I get older, I'll get one facing down, and that means you're at the end of your journey.
Don't get that one.
So. Why not? I'm getting old. I'm gonna die. Why not? I'm at the end of my journey, man.
I got a tattoo
Or
that I
are
did
you
myself.
at the beginning?
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Let me unplug my charger.
I don't have any. I had a chance to get one once, and I didn't realize how important it was that I should have done it. But like I say, my wife's from the Philippines, and I got offered to get one while I was there by a guy, and I just thought it was a little sketchy. Later, I found out he's a member of the Ipagao tribe.
Oh, cool.
And the Ipagao are the ones there by Manila, that the headhunters, and they get tattooed for everyone they eat or kill. And basically, if you're not from there, chances are you're dinner, not invited to, but you are. In the old days. Now, of course, today it's not like that, but they're still very, very tight. And to get back to the actual villages is like an ordeal, But he was actually traveling. He was on another island where my wife was from, but I didn't realize at the time that he was an actual true tribal one, and it would have been fabulous to have something like that,
Those hurt so bad.
Oh
I have one, and I have a shove one. It's actually just a blade that they just shove and they tuck the ink into the cut is really what it is.
Mm-hmm.
To Tao, it just means tap tap.
Mm-hmm.
But
now, like I say, this is the Ipagao is the actual tribe. Yeah.
Can you guys see that at all?
That's what he had. It looked like a little
I see it.
stick, basically with like an angled hammer point blade on it, and just tap 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 tap.
Yeah, that tribe. There's only like 4 that use that same setup. Mm-hmm. The Maori use a blade from a shell, or they use modern stuff for the last 300 years or whatever. But people think of. They're like, oh, that's not the traditional way, and it's like, well, metal from shipwrecks has been washing up for 500 years. They do whatever they.
Yeah. Well, and like say the Philippines, they're talking about metal and stuff. I almost would swear that they were doing metallurgy before other people around them, because I have found swords and stuff from the Philippines that are just fabulous, and they're just, you can tell they're ancient.
Sure. They probably traded with China and all sorts of other people too. On top of that,
and they're actually, well, and the butterfly knives and things like that. The Philippines were renowned for their sword making, especially when you consider that they had no industry,
right.
They did it old school, and they did it the hard way.
They currently manufacture a lot of firearms.
Yeah, actually, my wife's family, they make a Colt revolver that shoots a damn 45-70, and the damn gun weighs almost 9 pounds. Shooting a 3-inch freaking shell out of a revolver.
Oh my god,
that's 45 caliber a round.
That's how
they make 45s that shoot those. They're only single shots, but they look just like a Colt 45.
The biggest revolver I ever shot was a 460 Smith & Wesson 6-shooter revolver.
Yeah.
Dude, that thing was like the size of my pinky in bullets. And the muzzle blast that came off of that in the summertime when we shot it, it would singe the wings off of flies, and they would just drop to the ground. It was like crazy. This one was like huge. I was like, what?
Yeah. My cousin's got an AR in 458 SoCal, which is monster. It's a big gun. Use it for hunting boar. But yeah, it's the size of your freaking thumb.
That's like Lapuas. Those Lapua rounds are huge. The whatever they are, Finnish or Swedish or. I got to fire a Desert Eagle, which is 50 cal.
Yeah, 50 cal.
But it doesn't kick as hard as even like some 45.
It's so big. It has such mass to it that you can get by with it.
I was like, what is the point of this gun? This guy who had it was actually an Israeli, and he was like, it's my country's gun or whatever. And I was like, cool, but like,
if you really want a good one that you can really use, get the 357.
Yep, 357. I was just about to say that.
Yeah. It's an easier to handle gun, and I think it shoots better than the 50 cal. But I've got big hands,
What's next to my nightstand is
and it never fails.
Yeah.
What's next to my nightstand is a 1972 6.5-inch barrel Highway Patrolman 357 Magnum.
Yeah, it'll do the trick. Just gotta be careful what house is next door, because
nothing. We have a giant retaining wall next to our house.
There you go.
So we have a big dirt hill.
Actually, I've just been looking at them. Was looking at them earlier tonight. I want a good throwaway gun. I'm gonna get me a High Point, I think, and a bullpup stock.
Nice.
If you're gonna plug them, you don't want the cops taking your $3,000 AR. plug them with a $300 45 carbine.
I'll use one of those. What are they? Chiapas. One of those crappy.
Oh, okay.
1911 clones. They're like $250 new.
I used to have a buttload of SKSs. And I sold them all.
I used to have a bunch of those too. I had like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, I had SKSs, AKs. I had milled receiver AKs from Russia.
See, that's what
100 round drums, all that crap, and I sold all of it, and I could just kick myself in the butt.
That's what I've been looking for. Is an old wooden stock, real Russian one, not a Romanian. I had a
Russian. Yeah, you can't get anything Russian anymore. It's all blocked.
Yeah,
unless it's already here, but all the imports have been blocked.
Oh, I know.
We got to do some smacking around.
Aquarium Cop, go seize one for us.
What?
Just go seize one for us. Yeah.
No,
go seize one for us.
I tell you what's fun is some of our friends in Europe get you a metal detector. You'll find all kinds of great guns.
Oh yeah, they have pretty rusted usually, but yes.
Yeah. Oh, you actually, I was watching one the other day. A guy pulled a bunch of stuff out, and he was able to restore it.
Wow.
Get some Israeli stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like the Israeli stuff.
They make good stuff.
I need some Uzi.
I've shot just about everything, but
yeah, my cousin owns a gun store, so I'm spoiled.
Yeah, my uncle had one for a while, so yeah same thing. And
yeah,
he had
my uncle started the pawn shops here, and so he got started earlier, and he had a fabulous gun collection. But he did like some Revolutionary War muskets and flintlocks, and
oh cool.
His guns he had to keep at the bank because they were kept them in the safety deposits.
I have another one that I keep most of my stuff just in a safe at my parents' house because I don't ever use it in the city. You know, there's not really a point to having it. But what the heck is the thing called? It's a World War II era, and it's a German gun, and it shoots these little short 45 or 9mm short rounds.
Luger?
No, what the heck is it called? It was an officer gun, and they had it hidden on their ankle.
Oh.
And it only holds 5 rounds, but
the Luger was the chief weapon.
It's like a Dillinger,
It's similar, but man, what is it called?
Okay.
It's a German name. Like it sounds very German. I'm just trying to remember what it is. My grandfather did bring back though, like a Luger and his M1 he brought back when they let you keep all the stuff.
Peter Luger.
Yeah.
That's something that's just come up recently, and the local U.S. laws didn't allow it, but several of the European countries that had been given like M1s and stuff like that during World War II, there's a bunch of those coming up available with matching numbers and everything. And to the people selling them, they're not worth much.
Right.
Of course, here to a collector to get one with all the numbers, they're paying like $4,000 or $5,000 a rifle.
Yeah.
And in Europe, they're selling these damn rifles for a fraction of that, but we can't import them.
Yeah.
I have it's like an old school 22 rifle. It's like a survival rifle. The pilots back in the war would strap it to the back of their seat and in case they had to like.
Yeah, when they
it's 20.
Yeah, 22.
It's a 22 long rifle, but everything you can take it apart and it goes into the stock of the gun.
Yeah.
And it floats on the water. Like, you know what I mean?
They called them, the original was all metal. It was an M6 Scout.
With a jungle knife.
Yeah.
But yeah, they also made the version of that's 22 and 20 gauge.
Yeah.
I think it's 20. It might have been 410. Some sort of shotgun barrel.
Wow.
Coupled with that 22.
Right.
That's like those Liberators. Those things are cool.
It's just a 22. It's got a survival kit in the butt of it when you pull it off that's covered by like a foam padding or whatever. And then when you pull it out, you get the barrel, the trigger mechanism, and you get the clip that comes out. And it all just screws onto you screw the trigger part onto the butt, and then from there you put the barrel on it, and then you stick the clip in it, you pull it back, and from there it's just a semi-automatic 22 basically.
Yeah. After the war, they came back and that's when they started making a lot of the floatable versions with the plastic float stocks and stuff like that for boating and things like that. But they were actually
right.
Probably one of the better rifles to have in a survival situation because you could carry enough ammunition that it would be worth your while with the 22 ammo. And B, they were so simply made that there wasn't much that could go wrong with them.
And it's quiet, and it's pretty dangerous up close if you hit someone in the head or chest.
Yeah.
And it's basically the size of like a big pistol. Like you could hip
Yeah.
fire this thing or like hold it out like a pistol and just, if you were in a close combat situation, you know what I mean? You can hold
Mhm.
this thing out like a pistol and the weight of it is basically nothing, you know? And you'd have more aim than your normal 22 pistol. And it was like awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your barrel is probably about twice as long as your average revolver. So you
Right.
get a little bit more.
Accurate.
It's kind of a misnomer. It's not more accurate. It's more stable.
Okay.
You're,
Is there
you're more
rifling on
you're
there?
more likely to make
Oh,
that
it's
shot.
rifled.
But
It's rifled.
theoretically, if you have a 6-inch barrel or a 18-inch barrel, if they're done right, they should both be as accurate as each other in a fixed
It's about
situation.
it's
It's a
about an
fudge factor. The longer barrel gives
18
you a fudge
inch.
factor.
In
I
a
will
panic,
say the company. Go ahead, cop.
no, say in a panic situation, you pull that out, go boom, you're nailing it.
All right.
Mhm.
And Charter Arms is the company that actually makes it. It's made by Charter Arms.
Mm-hmm.
If that company rings a bell to
Now,
anybody.
does it have the metal skeletonized stock, or is that the one with the plastic buoyant stock? I think that's the
It's got
plastic buoyant stock.
It's the plastic buoyant stock.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it was modeled after the M6, but yeah, they call it the survival. Something survival. Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah. It's pretty
There's
cool
like
though.
say this it's a sweet little gun, especially for a boat or small aircraft or something like that.
Hey, Cop, I
Yep.
have a question for you.
Yeah.
So in Seattle, I used to have I had a safe in a city about 100 miles north of Seattle. Someone took the whole safe out of it was bolted to the wall. They took the whole thing, and it had an MP5 clone, and it also had a 357 in it. And apparently they found it. They recovered the weapon 2 days after I filed the police report of it being stolen with all the serial numbers and everything. And they didn't tell me. I found out 2 years later. They called me and told me that they had recovered them. And I read the date on the paperwork and I was like, wow. And I went to go pick them up. I just had to show ID and I asked, well, have you guys checked, make sure that nobody got shot with these or anything like that? And they just laughed and they're like, oh, we'd never check that. We don't have the money for that.
Yeah.
And I was like, so if this came back, like, matching a scene or whatever, yeah. I was like, so then wouldn't it be dirty? And they're like, oh yeah, but you got the paperwork, so we know those 2 days it wasn't you. But I was just curious, is that how like New York operates too?
Oh,
yeah.
no. Oh no. New York's way different.
Okay. Because I
Well,
thought
New
that was
York,
the dumbest
you
thing
probably
ever.
never get the gun back in New York. They probably
That's
destroy
true. That's true.
That's what I was gonna say. You're not gonna get it back, which is terrible. But at least you won't get pinned to that situation that happened out of your hand.
Well, I say most legal, like if you shot a home invader or something like that, you won't get that back usually either, will you?
Yep, they melt them down.
Yep. I got lucky. I had some stolen, and 5 years later, they called me, and the same thing had happened. They had recovered them within days, but they thought it was an AK-47 with a Monte Carlo stock, and so it had a magazine, but the trigger, instead of being a regular trigger, it was a long slope trigger that come back like 4 inches to fit the Monte Carlo stock. And because you could do that, you could balance it on your hand, and basically it would slam fire full auto. And so they set on it and set on it and set on it because they didn't know what kind of gun it was. They couldn't. It was an Orenco. I mean, any idiot could figure out what kind of gun it was, but they set on it because they thought it was illegal. And then finally, someone told them, "Nope, that it's one pull of the trigger, it's one shot. There's nothing illegal about it. That it's blah blah blah." And so they notified me, and then they said, well, it shows here that you had insurance, so we have to turn it over to your insurance agent.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, that's some bullshit. It's been 5 years. And so then we went to check, and sure enough, they said, well, we'd give it back to you, but we can't find how much we gave you for it. that there's no record of how much you gave me. They just have the lump sum settlement. And I said, well, it was one gun and a pistol and 4 magazines. And I said, this gun is the only gun that had any value. Everything else was throwaway. The pistol had the frame sawed through it, and they didn't take the cylinders. They just took the frame. And I says, obviously they didn't know what they were doing. And I said, so, maybe $50 of it was the clips, because I bought them German surplus. I said, so the $450 you gave me, 400 of it was the rifle. And I didn't have the heart to tell them I only paid $150 for the rifle, but they gave me $400. I said, I just want the rifle. I'm not going to pay you back for it. It's been too long by statute. I don't have to pay you back for it. And they said, well, we don't have to give it back to you either. And so they said,
in my opinion, that's kind of wrong. Like, at least give me the value, but if it's like a collectible, come on. There's got to be something going on there. There's something wrong with that.
And it was Chinese made, but it was still a milled receiver AK-47, and it's just, they last forever, Yeah. And with the Monte Carlo stock, it made it really interesting because one, it shouldered beautifully. Line of sight was beautiful on it, and you could actually get a group smaller than a pie plate, which is another thing rare for an AK. But it was like, say, this is a sweet rifle, and I used it for deer rifle and just plinking and stuff.
Like I was just saying, like he never got it back. That's fucked up.
Well, actually, I did get it back. They told my agent to call the police officers and tell them to destroy it. And my agent was a buddy of mine that we bird hunted together.
Oh, nice.
And he said, he says, you just got to promise me. He says, you'll never turn it in on another claim to us again. And he said, I'm not going to destroy the rifle. He said, I called him. He said, you can go pick it up. So I got it back.
Well, New York sucks. So don't compare anything you guys been going through that you'd ask me about, because New York is.
Yeah, well, see, where I'm lucky is we're a small town, 150,000 people, and we're mostly rural, and of course we're all hunters, and like I say, it doesn't hurt when your agent comes out and hunts quail on your brother's land every now and then. So, that's what saved me.
I'm the weirdo because I'm like in a liberal city, Seattle. My wife doesn't like guns at all, but
I wish guns were legal. Was when I lived in Florida, nobody messed around.
Yeah.
Because everybody, was
people
packing.
Well, people get shot here all the time when they break into houses south of Seattle. Like, Google the news of Federal Way or Tacoma. Like, there's someone shot every month there.
Look at the news in New York right now, dude.
I've seen it.
You guys gotta pray. You guys gotta pray for me. I'm almost retired, and now everything's nuts.
Yeah.
It's nothing like the 90s, though, right?
The 90s?
I would bet this is worse.
This is way worse than the 90s.
Yeah.
Really? Like before Giuliani?
Oh, it's like insane right now.
At least in the 90s, he could defend himself.
Yep.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Now, if you defend yourself, you're just as likely to go to jail.
True.
Horrible.
Hi,
Hi, how you doing? Do you need help?
Yeah.
Blow my fucking head off.
Yeah, haven't there been how many cops got shot? Like 3 or 4 in New York in the last few months?
3 or 4? What are you talking about?
Yeah, 3 or 4 a week.
Oh, I thought cops have been shot by people lately.
Oh yeah.
They don't show it on the news. It's all fake news now, bro.
Yeah, the only time it hits the news is if it fits the agenda.
No, I'm just surprised. Like
the only fucking things you see on the news now is if a cop shoots somebody.
Sure.
They don't show you. They don't show you the cop saving the cat, the cop saving the fucking baby, the cops jumping into burning cars. They don't show none of that. They only show the one asshole that made a wrong decision.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's all they show you right now.
How many cops have been shot though? Then I mean, you got the inside scoop. I just want to know.
Well, I don't have the inside. I don't have the inside scoop. I don't watch the fucking news either. But let me tell you,
You know about your department though, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Is like I mean, like how big, like what's going on? I just want to be informed. That's all.
Like it's really bad.
Man.
All the cars are equipped with bulletproof windows, and that don't do shit because we're all getting out of our cars.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Fucking New York's great. Fuck you, New York.
And to be God honest, the only way to get around it is if they all go street clothes and non-marked cars. And then if you do that, well, then the secret police is arresting people and taking them away. You know,
Sure.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I got a great idea. How about personal responsibility, folks?
Yep.
Sure.
Exactly.
Goes a long damn way. How about if you point a gun at me, I'm going to point one at you.
That's it.
Yeah.
They don't want to come to my house. That's all I'll say.
Fucking newbies.
I'm willing to serve the time.
Newbies on the force are the problem. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah. Well, and that's what they're going to get. They're going to drive away all the cops that do care and give a damn. They're going to go retire because they don't want to wake up dead. And then they're going to flood it with a bunch of these darn touchy-feely, oh, I'm going to be the cop psychologist. No, you're not. You're going to be the dead cop.
I've never had to fucking pull a gun out.
No.
Because fucking verbal judo. You talk to people. You see what's going on. If something's so crazy, drive the fuck away, come back, you know? Not like, oh, I'm going to get you. Let me put my fucking knee on your neck. It's all bullshit. That's all the new gun-ho asshole cops. And it's like 1 out of 35,000. But that's the only one they'll put on the news.
Yeah.
Well, they won't tell you about the 35,000 great stories that happened that day. Saving people, fucking all this other good stuff. They're going to put that one fucking asshole on the news to make every cop look like a dick.
Well, you guys have to hate that cop more than anyone, right?
What?
You guys probably hate that cop more than anyone in the world.
Oh, hell yeah. Are you kidding me? We see that on the news like, oh, my God, here we go. Here we go. Now he's good. Dude, I'm fucking so nice, and I'm not even kidding. And like I could be like, hey, how you doing? Oh yeah, like they fucking people bug out now. Like, hey, how you doing? Like see a lady laying on the floor, like, hi ma'am, can I help you? Like what the fuck, man? Like what don't kill me, don't kill me.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, I pulled over to see if you're all right. What the fuck's going on? So annoying. It's so fucking terrible.
Man,
I wish I would have retired a fucking 2 years ago.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
It's a shame. It's
not fair,
And all politics aside,
labor.
left, right, and all that stuff. This is a crime against humanity. What's going on against our police officers?
People talk about racism. There's copism. I don't know how you want to say it, but like idiot out of 35,000 cops that did one bad thing, all 35,000 cops are assholes now. I mean, give me a break. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
So
well, I think
so
pop
terrible.
culture too. I mean, like
listen
to hip hop.
I
know, but listen to hip hop and stuff. Like it's all F the cops for the last 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I kept those songs, but that don't matter.
Right.
Right. Well, that's the thing too. Is it's the media, the Hollywood. They're programming these people to not give a shit about human life. We're being programmed daily, desensitized, dehumanized.
Yeah.
The internet's depersonalizing.
Well, yeah.
Should talk to people now. 10 years ago, if you'd have talked to people like people talk to each other now, half of us be dead from a just good old fashioned ass beating.
I've been asking for body cams for years because there's so much shit you got to go through court and all this stuff. And is there witnesses or what?
Yeah.
There's no witnesses when it comes to defending like the cops' point of view.
Yeah, you have to have one. You have to have a cam.
Yeah, but they're not here yet.
That's crazy.
Ridiculous. Like there was a recent case. I don't remember which state it was, but everybody got all pissed like nuts over it. Because the news showed it, where a guy was like stabbed like 5 people. He ran away, and they shot him in the back. But the reason they shot him in the back was because he was headed towards 5 people in a store. But they're like, "Oh, look at this innocent guy running away." They took him down because when you're an officer, you have to protect life. So if this guy with a giant knife is running towards 5 people and they're behind him, they got to take him down.
Yeah, you always have to assume the worst.
Yeah, you got to protect the life that he's walking towards.
Yeah,
running towards. Just say, or the guy that like shot people and stabbed people. Then he ran back in his car, but the cops knew he had 2 children in the back of that car. So when he was going to get back in that car, they took him down to save the kids in the back of the car.
Yeah.
So the news shows you, oh, shot the guy in the back. And this is other states, not New York. You know, like, oh, look at how terrible this is. They shot this guy down. He was just getting in his car, and they shot him in the back. No, because the cops knew there was 2 infants in the car. So if they were to let that guy get in the car, right, and then he slashed his kids' fucking heads off, now what? Who's wrong then? The cops? Yeah, the cops are wrong then because they let him get in the car, slash his kids' heads off. But the news shows, oh, look, this guy was just innocently running away into his car, and they shot him dead in the back.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with that. It's the whole story. The news these days shows you 25% or less of the story.
They show you what they need to show you for the headline.
Yeah, so they get, it's almost like YouTube. So you get the views. Like,
it is YouTube.
I fucked my monster fish in its ass. Everybody's gonna click, and in 9 million, it's so fucking retarded.
Well, yeah, that happened in Columbus. That's where my wife's from.
Which one?
Case, the shooting, the dude that got shot in his car. They also called to the scene, and they told the operators had said that he had a knife or a gun like on scene already, so the cops arrived thinking he had a gun possibly. So like, I mean, the news didn't mention that until a week later.
I think we lost Kevin.
And
no, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard someone sleeping.
That's not me.
I'm still here.
That's not me.
What'd you say, cop?
No, he said he heard Darth Vader.
Yeah, for a second I thought Luke's father was here.
Yeah, I think he got close to his microphone.
Could be. I that's something I do all the time. This damn thing, I get close, it gets really hot.
Oh.
And so I get up here and it's like, I'm gonna take off your shoes.
No, the only thing I'm trying to say is there is so much more good than bad, and the only thing reported is the bad.
Well, and that's true with all news too. I mean, you'd think that the world is falling apart.
Yeah.
And
it's bad though, because it makes everybody's job harder.
Yeah, well, that and like America knows that fear and sex are the 2 things that sell anything. So.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay, bonus points.
Yeah, if you can get both in there.
Yeah.
Who can see the dead pixels on my screen?
It's just sad because
no, I can't.
It's really not the way the world is. It's just terrible.
Yeah, well, I have to say too, like I always hear people going on about, oh, if someone broke into my house, I'd kill him. I had someone break into my house. 3 people broke into my house. They broke my roommate's. My roommate and his friend had been drinking earlier in the night, and they got into a verbal thing with these guys who were down the street. And the guys down the street came back, like watch where they went back to our apartment, and they came back about 3 a.m. after they had talked at 11 or midnight. After these guys got real drunk, 3 guys came in. They kicked in our front door. they had a metal pipe, and they broke my roommate's friend who was spending the night on the couch. They broke his skull and his orbital bone,
Oh God.
and then they broke my roommate's arm with the metal pipe, and they broke a hole in the wall. And so my roommate banged on the wall and was like, get the gun, get the gun. So I came out, and I had a gun, and I was naked, but I had my gun. And
Doesn't matter.
this happened 12 years ago. And I came out into the scene with blood all over the place, 5 guys fighting, and I just said, everybody get on the ground, or I'm going to shoot, whoever moves, because I didn't know if my roommates had done something or what. I'd been sleeping.
That's
But
reality, dude.
yeah, and I mean, it was just, there's blood all over the wall, hole in the wall, and they all hit the ground, and I was like shaking, and they all stayed down, but I had the gun, and my girlfriend called 911 from the closet in my bedroom, and I just was like shaking, and I don't know if I could have shot him. I didn't, even though one of them was swearing at me from the ground, like, I'm gonna effing kill you, whatever. But I still have nightmares from that. Like, if someone comes in, like, drops something at night when I'm sleeping, it'll wake me up, and I'm wide awake within a second. Like, so I don't know. I think people are pretty cavalier sometimes about, like, the what if situations, but I mean, I'm sure as a cop, you know that, but
Oh God. People don't know.
Well,
I mean,
that's where training comes in. If you don't have the training,
yeah. Well, and my dad,
Wait.
well, no one went.
Wait. The training. You could never train for the shit that goes down.
That's
But
telling
no,
you.
but I mean, it's the conditioning. If you're conditioned to shoot, you got much more likely to pull the trigger than if you're not.
right. My thing was, though, I'm glad I didn't pull the trigger. It ended up being 3 Korean exchange students that were drunk out of their mind. They all got deported. They did something completely wrong. My roommates had started something by saying something racist to them earlier in the night. They shouldn't have broke into her house, obviously, but 21-year-old kids drunk probably shouldn't deserve to die either over that.
Yeah.
I mean, they deserve to go to jail for busting in my roommate's friend's head, but and that's what happened. But to me, the cops pulled me aside, and they said I would have shot the effing, and they used a racial slur, if it were me. And so the whole night I just felt like, wow, I don't know what just happened, but those cops were awful.
That's totally fucked up.
Yeah, those cops are awful. They were
I've
like,
never been in a situation where I've never had a partner or someone roll up that would even have that mindset.
well, it was a small town. It was Bellingham, Washington, small rural town. But yeah, it was just a weird night, and it's changed my perspective forever, though. I mean, I still keep a firearm because now I have a wife. I didn't have one actually when I wasn't married, like handy anyways, but now I feel like I got to protect her, and we live in the city, and lots of crazy stuff happens in Seattle now all the time. So, but
and by keeping the gun, you keep your choice.
Yes,
you have the choice to defend yourself if necessary, and you never want to take someone's life. You never want to do that, but if you're not willing,
you can't pull it
the
if you're
trigger,
not willing.
You really shouldn't have the gun.
That's true.
Now, like I say, you made the right choice, but if you can't pull that trigger, that gun's more of a danger to you than it probably is a help.
That's true. Yes.
Because that's probably the saddest situation where someone uses a gun to defend themselves and they end up dying from the gun that they pulled to defend themselves.
Oh, yeah. I had about 15 feet from the closest person, which is pretty close.
Yeah.
And it happened to be my roommate, luckily. But I mean, there was one light on down the hall, and I didn't know who it was. So, and I was confused.
There's a video online. They were talking about, guns and us not needing guns and, everything else. And there's a video online, and I forget what country it is. They're Asians of some sort, but it's like a military group that has come across the guy with a knife. And literally, they've all got this guy at gunpoint, and they're all just blowing in the wind because they think this is a done deal. That man stabs 22 of them before they take him out. 22 people. And of those 22, like 7 of them are dead from a man and a 6-inch knife.
Was that like, did they not all have guns?
They all had rifles. These were like military bolt action Mauser type rifles. And
so was this like a crossfire issue or what the hell happened?
He just started, it was like woke ninja. He just started bouncing from person to person. And yeah, it got to the point where they were drawn on him, but nobody took the shot. And he just went through them like butter.
How close were they? Like that, you know.
Some of them were 30, 40 yards.
Talk about social distance.
Yeah, it was like they were walking him through a jungle. And there was like 2 right with him, and like 4 around those, and then like 4 more around those, but they were spaced, you know. And yeah, once he started tearing into them, he stabbed 22 people.
Jeez.
That's fucking, oh my God.
Yeah. And like I say, he killed 7 of them. So it's amazing he stabbed 22 people, but it's really amazing that 7 of them counted.
But what people got to understand is the shock value. Like you're thinking like, oh, we all got, there's 22 of us. There's 22 of us. We're all pointing guns at him. And now all of a sudden he goes fucking, you know.
Yeah. Oh, there was like 40 or 50 soldiers. I mean, it was, you would have never, like I said, they never imagined that he would actually attack them.
Exactly. So it, you know.
Or that if he did, the first guy would shoot him and it would be done.
The fucking delay in humans' minds.
Yeah. It's that moment of hesitation.
We got this. There's 50 of us. We got this. And all of a sudden the guy just goes fucking Superman on people. Someone's getting killed.
Yeah, and it's like that bystander effect thing.
Yes, I don't know the backstory either, too. But and you get the same thing with some of these guys on drugs and stuff. You can put 9, 10 slugs in them, and they don't
keep going. Yep, and
they just keep going.
Yep.
PCB is it's like the Flex Seal of the bullet world. Enough PVC, and you just keep going.
It's like the fucking movies. Everybody thinks someone gets shot, they fall down and die. It's not like that. You shoot someone, they're like, ah! Now all of a sudden the shock hits their body, and their adrenaline kicks in, goes, and then their adrenaline goes. Now they're crazier than they were.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're dying, but they're like swinging their knives or shooting their guns, and like something like bang, oh, he's down.
Yeah.
Like the fucking video games. Pop, down. No. Pop. Now the guy goes psychotic, like, you know, like it's not reality.
Yeah, excited delirium is a pretty crazy thing, whatever causes it, whether it's drugs or
that adrenaline kicks in your body, and they're just like, it's like bang. Even if you shoot someone like bang, now all of a sudden they're tenfold psycho.
Yeah.
And they're running towards you because you're the threat. You know?
And you got to have a 45 or bigger to even have a chance at stopping those guys.
Fucking nuts.
And most service guns don't have enough oomph unless you put multiple rounds in them.
That's a fact.
Our cops carry 40 cals with 17. Yeah.
40's okay, but it's short and it's weak. Go for the 45.
Yeah.
They carry the 40 with 17 rounds in it. So
yeah, it's the 40 Smith & Wesson. We call it the 40 short and weak. It'll make a nice hole. It just don't go deep enough.
I think it's because it's the city, you know. Like maybe they don't want it going through.
That do kill people in self-defense or whatever. It's not even with a gun no more. It's like that asshole leaning his fucking knee on that guy's neck. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. The
guy's in cuffs. You got 5 people on you. What? Yeah. Why didn't those other cops punch the shit out of that cop on that guy's fucking neck? You know, like,
and again,
dude? I'm going down. Don't kill that guy. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, and as horrible as that is, and I mean, from the visual, that was completely horrible.
But absolutely fucking horrible.
At the same time,
every normal cop or human in the world saw how bad that was.
But I'll tell you, if he was putting his weight on that man's neck, he wouldn't have made it 9 minutes.
Yep.
He'd have been dead in 30 seconds.
I
his
gotta
weight was
tell
on
you,
their neck.
if I was the cop next to that, I would have thrown that motherfucking cop. I'd be like, "What are you
Yeah.
doing, you asshole?" You know, or
And-
the idiot filming it should have been
Yeah.
screaming like, "Get off him! Get off him!"
Well, they actually were the people who were videoed
Yeah, they
several
were.
times said he's not breathing, he's not moving, you know, blah blah blah. But now here's the other thing, and as an officer, you know this. Every one of them says they can't breathe. Every one of them says,
No, yeah.
you know, and so I could see where someone gets a little seasoned to, you're talking, you're fine. And if I don't know if anyone's seen the full videos of that, the videos where the fentanyl is in his mouth. They had snapshots where you can see the fentanyl in the guy's mouth that he takes it. They knew. Now here's the bad thing. They knew he had taken drugs.
Right.
And that's when they should have known, when he was panicking, that it was real, because they saw he ingested drugs. They were pretty sure of that. And then on the video, they proved it. They actually showed a wad of fentanyl. They said enough to kill about 10 guys. And they said that the man died of fentanyl overdose. He had cardiac arrest of fentanyl overdose. That was his cause of death. Now, the guy sitting on his neck for 9 minutes did not help the situation at all.
Yeah.
And they should have done something different. But they had him in the car and he wanted out because he couldn't breathe. And so they brought him back out and laid him on the ground. So there's a lot more to that story than 99% of the people know. And it's sad, but they have to remember, he was a felon.
That doesn't matter.
He robbed people at gunpoint. He's not, well, but the fact that they're putting him up.
But they had him
on walls, on schools, and on helmets of the NFL and stuff like that. He's not a man to be celebrated, and he's not a man to be looked up to. He's a man who deserved to live.
Yeah,
but
sure.
But he's not a man that deserves to be idolized as a model.
Oh, no, not idolized.
Yeah, and that's what the media does, is they take these guys and they idolize them. Just like the other one, the rapist. You got a rapist.
Bill Cosby.
No, the guy that they shot in the back. He came, basically. He had an ex parte. He had raped and abused his girlfriend.
Okay.
Was charged with rape. He gets called to a scene where they say this violent person is here who raped me. He has an ex parte. He's taking my van with my children in it.
Yep.
And so that's what the officers were doing.
Yeah, it's Columbus.
They were protecting the kids. The kids.
And
that's what Cop was talking about
now
earlier.
Every time this woman watches a football game, she sees the name of her rapist on the back of their helmet. That's wrong. And that shouldn't be done, and we shouldn't be doing that. Now, I'm not saying the man deserved to die.
Nope.
Obviously, he didn't. Nobody deserves to die for anything except for maybe if he'd taken someone else's life. I have to say, I believe in that. But
I kind of think rapists should die.
At the same time, here we are. The poor officers are going through this like they're the criminal. They didn't come looking for a black man to kill him. No. They came to protect a woman whose rapist was there trying to kidnap her children and steal her car. And that's a very different picture than what the media portrays it as.
And adrenaline.
Yeah. And they also said that there was bad information. They were told he had a gun, I think, through dispatch.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was telling.
Instead, he had a knife. And again, they said, "Oh, well, he had a knife. You didn't have to shoot him." Do you know that? A knife through the forehead is pretty dead. So,
well, I mean, the other thing is that I don't understand, but I get where the frustration comes from. I mean, if you look at, there are situations that have been crazy egregious, like in Seattle, the wood carver about 10 years ago that they shot, that was a nutso problem.
Yeah.
The cop got off. The Fruitvale Station situation where they shot that kid because the cop drew his weapon against his head, 15-year-old kid. But yeah, it's kind of odd because then you get the frickin' what the hell's the name of that town? Right out by you in St. Louis.
Give me a minute.
The one that was the center of everything for the last few years.
Give me a second, it'll pop up.
But Michael Brown, in any case, so Michael Brown, I mean, we don't have footage of everything, but obviously that wasn't a clear situation.
Yeah.
But there have been plenty of other cases that were. So it's just, the other problem is these are real problems we should talk about. There's real issues, but they pick the wrong thing, and then both sides try to take whatever the truth is in some other case and apply it to anything they can.
The problem is it only matters every election year.
Yeah,
that's when it all stirs up.
Exactly.
It only stirs up then. And the problem is not the violence and stuff that happens. It's going to happen. Mistakes are going to happen. Accidents are going to happen. And because the officers are put in a position where they have to make those decisions, they are given leeway. They are giving that protection that, hey, we understand you made this choice in a half a second.
Yep.
Was he going to kill you? Was he going to kill your partner? Was he going to kill the bystander?
Okay.
And you make that choice and you live with it.
Chubby Guppy, Alex, listen to me.
Yeah.
Research Article 35, our training.
Okay.
If you pull a knife on me, I'm shooting you. If you have, we have a slight advantage over you to protect our own lives or other people's lives. It's not like, oh, you pull out brass knuckles, I'm going to pull out brass knuckles. You know what I mean? It's Article 35 is, dude, I'm a cop. Chill out. We'll help you out. Calm down. No, but they're going to go, and you got to have one step higher. That's what Article 35 is.
Yeah. Right. In the next order of magnitude in order to stop the situation.
So like Article 35 gets all fucked up when some guy is running with a knife towards a day camp with 17 kids in the alley or in the grass or wherever the fuck people live. And that cop's got to think, I got to save those kids' lives. So I'm taking them out. I'm shooting them in the back or in the head or whatever. And that's where it looks bad.
Sure.
But he just saved 17 kids' lives by shooting. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he just robbed the store. He just raped someone. He's running away. No, you can't shoot him in the back.
Yeah.
There has to be imminent danger to the public or yourself.
Right.
That's that. So Article 35.
The other case that was really bad. Yeah, the other case that was really bad was that South Carolina one where they just filmed it through the fence and that cop just literally shot that guy in a park in the back. Like,
oh yeah, there's asshole things that happen. Trust me.
Of course. But it's just weird that these convoluted situations are the ones that get held up and argued over. It's like,
that's the only ones.
That's because it serves the political purpose.
They'll never show you the fucking video where some guy just slashed his fucking wife's neck, ran away, and was headed towards a playground with 5 kids in it, and the cop shoots him in the back and saves all the kids, and everybody's fucking happy. They'll never show you that, though.
Yeah.
They'll never show you that.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, and a lot of that's the internet and the sensationalism.
But that's been for years and years and years and years.
Well, yeah.
Alex, you know how many cats I saved? I'm not even kidding. I swear to God. We get calls all the time. Like, I hear something meowing in the sewer. There's a thing, spent hours. We'll get cranes to lift the sewer cap off. We'll, jump down there, get a cat out. But if a fireman saves a cat from a tree, it's fucking world news. Oh, look, he saved a little kitten from a tree. The cops get nothing. Fucking assholes all the time, right?
Yeah, why weren't you out stopping real crime? Yeah.
The fucking old man that had a heart attack on the side of the road trying to change his tire. We save him. Oh, no. Nope. You'll never see that. You'll never see that.
Or the guy that's seizing and driving his car 80 miles an hour down the highway, and you're smart enough to stop and break him and not pit maneuver him or kill him because they know he's having a medical issue or
Yeah, a fucking coma, like a stroke.
yeah.
They don't shoot him. They pit him to stop him from driving into a tree, and they save him and they pull him out and they call EMS and the guy's saved. But you will never see that.
Yeah.
You'll never see that.
Well, it sounds like your cop department, your police department, is a hell of a lot better than Seattle's has been over the years. But Seattle was under review for 9 years by the feds.
Very professional.
Yeah, because our cops won't, like, if you have a broken down car or anything like that, they won't stop and help you unless you're blocking traffic. If you call about a cat, they'll tell you, that's great, and they will never come. I mean, they would not come in a million years. They don't even come when people break into your cars here or prowl cars.
We're the same way now here in Columbia.
You don't even know.
They won't even come to an accident unless there's an injury.
No, the same way here, yeah.
Oh,
they don't even come to overdoses or anything like that. They just send a medic.
Oh God, dude, I can show you my fucking all the shit I got to carry in my pockets that save people. Like we're like EMTs, like it's doctors. It's ridiculous.
Well, cop, I was just going on a walk.
Fucking Narcan. We have Narcan in like all our pockets. Like we want to save people. We don't want to kill them.
Yeah. Is the window open or is it?
I don't know if anybody knows what Narcan is, but I've saved several people with Narcan already, so I know what it is. And when someone wakes up out of you giving them a Narcan treatment, they go nuts because you just took their high away. But then you talk to them, you calm them down, and you wait for the EMTs to come.
And with some of the drugs,
first responders is like it's such a difficult. It's an unrewarding fucking thing, but you go home at the end of the day like, oh God, that's cool. Save the dude today. But then you go home go to sleep if you can with the nightmares, oh God,
Well, and that's what they don't realize too is we've got some officers with some problems, but they're screaming for psychiatrists for the perpetrators. Think about the poor officers that live that daily, and then they know that tomorrow they got to go back and do it again.
Yep.
Well, I was saying on my video where I went mushroom hunting at the very beginning, I always carry Narcan. I've had to use Narcan. I carry it with me because I had to use it 4 times in the last year in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
Wait, for mushrooms or to help people?
Nowadays too, the officers got people who are overdosing.
No. A legit question.
I was going to say that. Go ahead.
Wait, you're mushroom hunting and you get carried Narcan to help people? Like, what are you talking about? I'm confused.
Oh, so in this video, I just decided to go mushroom hunting instead of talk about fish the other day on a live stream.
Yeah, that's cool. I got it.
And it's in a park in the middle of the city, and there's so many homeless people camped out there that I carry Narcan now because I've walked over people overdosing so many times that I started carrying it. And I was just saying,
the last one
I've revived 4 people in the last year using it.
Holy shit. The last video I saw, I didn't see that. The last video I saw you on like Wawa. Like you were visiting your brother or something.
Oh, yeah.
Walking around and the birds and all the shit.
Yeah, that was just, that's in the middle of nowhere. That's a cute little rural town, that video.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. But no, I was just walking around Seattle where I live. Now that I'm home again, like yesterday. Yeah, 2 days ago.
You made a video of that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. I mean,
it must have been.
Didn't you just put it out today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
You're gonna say I saw it.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's no big deal, man. But I'm just saying, like, I'm used to the whole people overdosing everywhere in the city. Seattle's full of heroin. I'm an ex. I'm an ex addict. but I have strong opinions about for years, and they never stole anything or robbed anyone. And I know other people who smoked pot and went to rock bottom quick and started pawning everything they own and stealing from their family. So,
oh yeah, I've dealt with that since the '70s. My friends and all that shit. I'm like, wait, what do you mean your brother stole your mom's TV?
yeah,
It's terrible, dude.
Yeah, when it's in the family, it's not theft. It's just bad parenting.
Yeah, that's like uncontrollable. It's terrible.
Well,
but it happens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, I mean,
you'd be amazed how many people abuse their parents and grandparents
Oh,
to get
God.
money
yeah.
for those
Oh
drugs.
God, dude, you don't even know, dude. How many calls I go to? You fucking go to 80-year-old woman and her fucking face is busted the fuck up. She's half dead, and you're like, what happened? My grandson or my son. You're like, what? Oh my God. Like I
Oh my
can't
God.
imagine. It's
Yeah.
so terrible.
Oh, it's horrible.
So I have a question too, Cop. Would you, if you could have it this way, when you have to go deal with some like schizophrenic person pacing back and forth downtown yelling at people or something, would you prefer to have a team handle it other than you, or do you think cops should be the one always handling it from a cop point of view?
Well, I'm different than most people. I'm solo. I'm actually I'm a very good mediator, and
Sure.
I know how to I know how to deal with stuff like that. And I would rather not have people behind me that might pop a shot.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I mean, being a
That's
former
the most dangerous is when you've got multiple people making those life and death decisions.
I need to fucking have me on that. And I've always gotten in trouble in my department about like, I'm like, everybody get the fuck out of here, I'm like, leave it alone, go away. And I deal with it, and I've always had success.
Yeah, take the pressure off.
As one person.
Well, yeah, those people hate it when there's a bunch of people. I mean, obviously.
It's terrible.
But,
it's terrible. It makes the situation worse.
So I was just curious, though. I mean, if those calls went to a different unit, would that be easier on your life, or do you think it's better the way it is,
I like dealing with the situation by myself, to be honest with you. Now, if something got nuts, a sniper in a tree, maybe, like.
Of course, yeah.
But that's about it. But I definitely see situations getting overpowered with too many people responding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
like, it actually gives me anxiety. I'm like I could be dealing with something, and I'm like, I could see this is going good. I'm getting a little leeway, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, boom, a team comes in. And all of a sudden, the person goes,
Yeah.
And it can go bad.
I agree.
If you gain any trust, they can destroy it too. And as quick as you can get that trust, they can take it away when someone comes in and doesn't go along with what you've told them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, like I said, like as a former heroin user, I've been around that a lot. I've seen those people a lot. I've been around mentally ill people, and so I'm the same way. Where I carry Narcan. I've calmed people down. I won't call the cops unless it's something violent. But I just am curious because in our area, there's such a bizarre mix of opinions and responses to situations like that, and nobody seems to ask the cops what they think of it, but mentally ill people is like the main issue in our area, more so than drugs. I mean, they may be on drugs also, but it's people talking, hearing voices that's usually the issue.
You're saying the right thing. I worked in a Florida hospital that was all overdoses, EDPs, all this other kind of shit. It's a different thing. I wasn't a cop then. I just worked in a hospital. So it's so different. Like, I wish everybody could understand. It's not like some asshole like, oh, fuck you. It's somebody that has a mental issue. So I think what you're getting at is maybe cops and EMTs should get training to deal with people with mental issues. Like, you could get a guy that has no mental issues. He's like, fuck you, I'm going to shoot the shit out of you. And you know, like this is going down. But there's been so many mental patients that I worked with like before I was a cop and while I'm a cop. You could read the signals. Like, they're not going to do that. They just,
right.
They're having mental issues right now. And that always drove me nuts about other cops. Like, I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. The guy's just, blah, blah, blah. He's bugging out, or he's, getting off heroin. He's bugging out. He's not going to kill anybody, It's like, there's such a, you nailed it. I swear to God, you nailed it. I swear to God. Because,
the same thing.
I deal with people pulling up on a scene. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Let them work through it. We need EMTs here. This is a medical issue. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is medical right now.
Well, and not just the police coming up, but then now we have all these bystanders with cameras that think that they're going to interject themselves in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And they cause as much trouble for both sides.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
Especially to someone who's paranoid and delusional.
Come to fucking New York. Deal with a person that's delusional, and I know it, and I could just watch him and talk nice or her, whatever, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And things are calming down. You let them go through it. You let them talk. You let them talk for 20 minutes, 2 hours, whatever it's got to do. As long as it don't end in death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're a good cop, man, because, I mean,
all of a sudden you got people on, oh, look at this crazy person with their cameras and all this shit. Then you got fire department EMTs, and like now the person's totally confused, and it might end bad. Like it's so fucked up. It doesn't need to do that though.
And they think they're on a reality show or they're being watched by the government or whatever. I've seen that go wrong so many times locally.
So, it's so terrible.
But I mean, for cops that handle it like you do, like we need to pay them like $150,000 a year. You know what I mean? Because one cop like you is worth a whole squad of idiots.
Yeah. I'm fucking divorced and paying like all kinds of debt from my fucking ex-wife. So fuck that.
That sucks.
I don't care how much money I make. It's just it's not there.
It's not going to cover it.
Whatever.
Yeah. The more you make, the more they'll take.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
Well, there's another reason why I'm a freelancer who likes to barter for services rather than cash when I can.
I agree with that, dude.
I mean, if I can get someone to fix my truck next time it breaks, I'm happy to do a tattoo for them or whatever, like you owe me one. Okay, cool. Right. Done. But no, I don't know. It's interesting because I see both sides of it. And then, you go somewhere like Europe, for instance, where they don't expect everyone to have a gun, for instance.
No guns.
And yet there's probably the same population of crazy people in big cities in Europe, right? I would assume.
Yeah.
And so I just wonder how they handle it, because our society, like, it's hard. I mean, we don't have the family structure we used to either, of like taking care of your grandparents yourself and taking care of your kids no matter what or whatever, like intergenerational household stuff like has broken down pretty hardcore, it seems like, compared to a lot of other places. So, I mean, I feel like in the city, everyone's kind of on their own sometimes, and depending on the community. Some communities you got 50 people living in a house, I guess, but
my mother needs to be in the hospital right now, but the doctor, I took her to the doctor, and he said she needs to be in the hospital right now. But with COVID, did I say that? With the thing going on, the doctor can't order her because she's scared to go to a hospital with her condition. She's afraid to get the thing.
Right.
So that's what I'm dealing with right now. But I deal with people daily, and I've dealt with people that have the thing. So now
Yeah.
I'm in a position where I can't take care of her because I've been in contact with people that have the thing.
Of course. Yeah.
So she can't go to the hospital because she's afraid of the thing, but she needs someone with her right now. And I've been doing this for 10 years with her.
Oh
But
man, I'm sorry.
But since the thing, now I'm telling her, Mom, I um I can't do this with you right now. Like I sent her DoorDash food and shit. Like I'm very fucking depressed right now.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
Like
Like,
it's like she can't go to the hospital. She needs to because she is like refusing to go there because she's afraid to get the thing. And the doctor's saying, well, you need someone with you 24/7.
that's so hard, man. I
And
I
I
went I
and
went
I'm
through my
and I'm that person, but I have people I've been in contact with that have the thing.
yeah.
What do I do? What the fuck do I do right now?
I don't know, man, because
Put that out on the news, you know?
I've taken care of 2 grandparents with Parkinson's and 2 with Alzheimer's.
Yep. Me too.
And I mean, our society, it's at too fast of
Grandfather.
a pace for anybody to work a job and deal with these problems themselves, so to speak. And so I feel like it's things like that like socially we need a safety net of some sort. That's my personal opinion, just because like it's a full-time job. When I was taking care of my grandma, she was a violent person with Alzheimer's. She'd think people were trying to kill her, she'd bite, she'd scratch, she'd break her own arm, hitting me.
I had an
Like,
aunt like
and you know, she actually like passed away of that, and which is kind of rare, for that to be the literal cause that they write, was end stage dementia. But I mean, it took like 5 orderlies
my
when she didn't
my
know
my
them.
my uncle
Yeah.
my uncle killed himself because he was dealing with my aunt that had dementia. He couldn't take it no more. He saw his wife. His wife was nuts. My aunt.
Yeah.
He couldn't. He was a calm guy like me, and he just couldn't take it no more. He couldn't help her, so he killed
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like they're already gone and you're still
Right.
there with the shell of the person.
She didn't even know his fucking name, dude.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, of course. Yeah. My
and it broke his heart.
Of course. Yeah. My dad's family in Texas, my extended family down there, they have a sick joke, but my dad is a believer in it, which is revolver rest home. Once they get bad off like that, I've got 7 male family members that in their 70s or 80s ended themselves after a bad diagnosis because of those things. But I understand it at the same time, like, because it's so hard. But I don't know what the answer is, because it takes so much manpower. You can't have one-on-one care for everybody,
Yeah.
So I don't know what we're gonna do coming up.
And that's what it boils down to, is everybody thinks that we're going to solve everybody's problem, and we just can't. And it's hard for our brains to fathom, because that's what we're engineered to do, is solve problems, to fix things. And especially for men, if you can't do it, you're lost,
Yeah.
It's just, that's what we're programmed to do. We find, we discover, we fix. And if we can't follow through, then there's a malfunction. And when you get that malfunction, that's when the brain starts skipping, and there's nothing harder than having to take care of somebody that's not there anymore.
Oh yeah.
Especially like your case, where they're violent and things like that, because then you find yourself being angered and being mad at these people, and that they're not there.
Yeah.
But
I never got
you
angry.
you feel like you're betraying them, or that they've betrayed you, and it's not the case. That's actually why it wasn't dementia, but my first wife, she went off the deep end, and we were married 17 years, and it's just like, it's not that we didn't love each other. It's that she just wasn't her anymore. You know, it just
Right.
chronic depression and bipolarism, and
Yeah.
people don't realize how, you know, love is forever as long as that's what you want. And when people make a decision that's not what they want, it's really hard to keep loving them.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
yeah.
You got to feed that. You can't, it'll starve if you can't feed it. And when they start losing who they are, it's just, you know,
Well,
what do
that
you
was
do?
my biggest fear with when I got hit by lightning, you know. I felt like I got changed and I was just terrified, like for my wife's sake more than mine, you know.
Like you'll be a different guy, right?
Yeah, yeah, totally.
I get it.
And I am, but
Yeah,
luckily
that's
I
one of
think my
those things that,
personality stayed, but
yeah, that's one of those things that does. It makes marked differences that are obvious, you know.
mhm.
And it's so scary because it could be a marginal difference to
Sure.
change everything, like a really slight thing,
Yeah.
and like,
Yeah.
oh, it's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, no, it's just I like that we're having a therapy session here. It has nothing to do with fish, but I appreciate it, Kev. Thanks if you're awake. That's all right.
No, that's cool.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with, I think, is not the lightning strike. Was my grandmother with Alzheimer's
Oh
end
god.
stage. I remember her being in the ER, and she had busted all her teeth out because she was biting the restraints. And it took like these big Samoan orderly guys to calm her down, but she was so frail at that point. She couldn't even articulate a sentence anymore. She was so far gone, you know.
Fucking
It had been 8 or 9 years since the diagnosis. And
4.8.
no, yeah, and so they had her in a one of those bucking chairs.
Was it a Baker Act?
I don't know what that is.
Baker Act is when someone can't make their own decision, so you 4-point them to a bed.
Oh no, it wasn't like that. I had full power of attorney and health, so I mean, she was already.
Unfortunately, I did too with my dad and stuff. I was the decision maker, pull the plug or not. So
Yeah, same here.
kind of fucked me up.
Yeah, same here with my grandfather with Parkinson's. He had 4 kids, and so 2 decided one way and 2 decided the other. So I was the tiebreaker. And so they just kind of handed it to me because I was in college at the time and I'd just gotten clean. And they're like, well, he doesn't have a job. Let him deal with it. So, so I dealt with that and with my grandfather. But I knew his wishes. I knew he wanted to be pulled off the machine when he had aspirational or asphyx. What's it called? The pneumonia from Parkinson's from getting food stuck in your lungs.
Yeah.
What's aspiration pneumonia?
Aspirated, yeah. Aspiration.
Yeah,
I was the little kid, the youngest brother. I have an older brother. That was the RMA for my fucking father.
Yeah.
Let me tell you that it don't feel good, bro.
No, and I can't imagine it being a parent. I mean, my grandparents helped raise me, so that's why it came down to me too. Was my grandpa trusted me with like money and stuff? Like I helped him with his finances at the end, but then when my grandmother passed another 6 or 7 years after that, she passed 3 years ago now. That though, I mean, she went from a nursing home that was for Alzheimer's care to the ER when she, it was just bad. She had a section of her GI that had died, which happens when you get old sometimes. And
did she have a tube in her lung that the green water would come out?
At the very end, yes, but not. That's what this was leading to. This was what got her put in the actual hospital rather than the old folks home. But she went berserk when they moved her from the Alzheimer's care unit to the hospital, and so they had her waiting in the ER for 9 hours, and they wouldn't listen to me, and so they restrained her just to a bed with like old school like leather restraints on the arm and wrist and then on the leg.
That's the 4-point.
Yeah, the 4-point. And they wouldn't put her in like a buck chair, you know, like you would with like a mentally ill person or something.
Yeah.
And I think that probably would have been better because she broke her own arm in the restraints.
Yeah.
But in any case, like, you know, she thought I was there to literally like assault her in the most horrible things you could ever imagine hearing someone say. And then the next minute she'd think I was her husband and then her kid. So I mean, I've been through that, and I know so many people do go through that at some point in their life with someone they love, you know. But it's just those issues in our system. It's like I think a lot of people, until they face it, don't know how serious and crazy, you know, those situations can be, and like what the impact is for everyone else around it too, you know. So I don't know. I guess I was just sharing that just to say, like, I understand maybe not your guys' situations, what you guys have seen, but I've seen things too that are, you know, it's hard. Like fish keeping for me is like kind of an escape from a lot of the stuff that's gone down in the last few years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I already told my kids, if I get weird, just fucking shoot me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't say that because they'd already plugged me by now because they all think I'm just weird as hell.
Yeah. The fish keeping is what people think's weird.
But when I don't recognize my kids, just fucking shoot me. I told them already. And cremate me.
Yeah, our hope is to
Sprinkle
avoid the
me in a
drooling
goddamn
years.
fish tank.
Yeah. Yeah, on that curve, when that graph curve goes from diapers to crawling to walking to standing and then starts to go back to crawling to diapers, that's when you can just end the curve for me, you know.
Just fucking shoot me.
But I mean that actually came up with the lightning thing. It was like, you know, because we didn't know what was going to happen with the brain. Like I literally was having the bleeding days later after I was lucid. And I was like, listen, if this is going to be an ordeal, just call it good. Like I've had a good run. So I kind of feel like after that, everything's just extra, and it's kind of a weird way to live, but it's kind of liberating in a way too, you know?
Changes your outlook for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
There's so much electricity in someone's body and brain. People don't understand it, but it's really there. And I can't imagine getting hit by fucking lightning. I've got close to it, but yeah, that could totally change.
I can't imagine it happening either. I can imagine the moments before, and I can imagine about an hour after, but that's
and the voltage difference would be like pouring a glass of water on your head versus the ocean falling on your head.
Yeah,
a little bit of potential difference.
So they found the bolt that hit me because it was the first of the storm that night, and it was an 8-mile long discharge from the satellite. So they were able to see where the circuit or whatever completes where it grounds with satellites, I guess. And they could see that it was like 7.8 mile long, the bolt from where it started in the cloud to where it hit me randomly. So it's just crazy that I didn't die. Like they were amazed. Like it cooked some of my insides, like my liver, part of my liver, and spleen, and part of a kidney, just slightly, like just a little narrow pathway, but it didn't cross my heart, and then it went into my spine and totally obliterated my disc, and also totally powdered a vertebrae, half of a vertebrae, one side of a vertebrae, but my spinal column didn't collapse, which was really lucky. And then it went down into my legs and exited through the back of my knees, and actually like through my tattoo. And I had these awesome, I wish they scarred, but they didn't actually. They had these awesome spots that they looked like fractals. If you've ever seen like a Mandelbrot set, or like, you know, like a, just like fractals, like art, like a zigzag with a zigzag and a smaller zigzag and a smaller zigzag, you know, like almost like a little spiral shape. So I was really hoping those things would stay, but they didn't. You can look up lightning scars, and you know, people get that.
You should have taken pictures, and then you could have always tattooed them back on.
Oh, I have the pictures, so I could.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. I had a couple news stations come to the house too.
Find somebody that can do, image quality work and say, I want
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And they're going to look at you like, what?
Yeah. I wanted them all raised though. That was the
They're
cool
my
part.
lightning strikes. I need my lightning strikes highlighted.
Yeah. Harry Potter style.
You can say, you can always tattoo them on and then I guess go over them with a razor for that raised up.
Yeah.
Alex, I have 2 lightning stories for you.
Okay.
When I lived in New York my whole life, me and my ex-wife moved to Florida for 4 years. I worked in a hospital, like I said before, and I saw lightning, a male black African American, whatever you want to say, that got
they
struck
scar
by
crazy.
lightning. I was, I think, 19 at the time, and I was working at the hospital. He was ashed, and they were throwing buckets of ice, like they were going to the ice thing and throwing ice on him, and you could smell like burning flesh, and it was so terrible. He didn't live. He didn't live. But my second lightning story was, and I swear to God, it was my father because he was dead at the time. This was like late 90s. My ex-wife told me, we're done. And my kids, I have 2 daughters, they were in the house. And I'm like, what? So I'm like, we got to step outside. It was the bluest sky, not a cloud in the fucking sky, all right?
Oh,
and I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, I can't do this no more. I don't want to be a mother. And I was like, what are you talking about? And all of a sudden, I swear to God, a lightning fucking bolt hit a fence 10 feet from us, blew a big hole in the dirt, and knocked the wooden fence over.
Holy cow.
And I swear to God, till this day, I thought my father was like telling her or me to shut the fuck up. Like it's like, what are you doing? And
oh my God,
I'll never forget it. It was like a fucking stick of dynamite. It was that loud.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I swear to you, there was no rain, no clouds, no nothing. It was bright, clear sky in October. It was like, it was like Thor fucking threw a bolt down, like trying to say, like, wake up, assholes. It didn't wake her up, but whatever. But man, I swear to God, I can't even imagine getting hit by that fucking bolt. I felt and heard it. Like, it was psychotic. And we both went back in the house, and I was like, oh, you sure we can't work this out? Like, what the fuck was that? I swear to you, I think it was like, whatever. Everybody thinks their thing, but I really think that my dad was like trying to say, like, what is wrong with you guys? Like I was willing to work it out, she wasn't, and I think my dad was like trying to like kick her in the ass or something.
That's crazy.
And I swear to God, it's a true story. I didn't get burned, not like that. But man, that was scary as fuck. I can't even imagine getting hit by that. Like, what the fuck is that? Like,
yeah,
I don't think I would live through that.
I was driving down the highway and had it strike somewhere behind me, and I don't know exactly where. I don't think it hit my car, but it hit close enough that it killed the engine.
Oh,
and
wow.
I had to cycle the key.
That's just nuts.
On the side of the road to get it to come back on, and when it hit, everything was blue. I mean, it was just a light blue flash.
Swear to God,
I was like, I couldn't tell where it was or where it came from, but it was right on me, and it was huge, and the car just died, and I just rolled to the side of the road, sat there for about 30 seconds, looked around, started it back up, drove on down the road.
I swear to God, a lightning story is kind of like a ghost story. Nobody fucking believes you.
Yeah.
Well, that was in Colorado.
God, you get the fucking hairs on the back of your neck, and nobody, and you don't even want to talk, and you don't even want to talk about it. Like, it happened. I'm not talking about like Alex's thing. You got hit by it. I'm talking about it was near me.
Right.
And like, it's like a everybody experienced the fucking, you walk in the building, oh shit, I saw something. Oh, I didn't see that. My hair's standing up. You know, it's like you don't talk about it.
Yeah. No, it's
I don't know what it is. It's there.
It's funny. I didn't think I would have to talk about it at first. But the 911 calls locally get published or whatever, Freedom of Information Act.
I
And
felt
so,
bad for you. I
so
felt
the
bad for
news
you, Alex.
camera came in like 2 weeks after or whatever, a week after. And then everyone started saying, "Oh, you're making it up." And I was like,
No, that's what I'm about to say. I felt bad for Alex that he had to actually show his paperwork. It pissed me off. It fucking pissed me off. Like, you're like, oh, everybody's hating me now. Like, here's the paperwork. And he showed in detail, right? I'm not
Yeah.
crazy. I know you
Nope.
showed it. And I'm like, it made me sick that you had to show that paperwork.
Well, I was just sad that people thought it was some ploy to get
No, I
views. I
know,
was a
but that's
small
what I'm
channel at
saying.
the
Like,
time.
but that's what I'm saying. It's like, a ghost shit or whatever. I don't believe in ghosts and all of this shit. I believe in spirits or whatever. And I almost got hit by lightning. So I'm like, it's something you can't explain to somebody. Like, but you got
No, I
hit
totally
by
agree.
lightning, so you had medical paperwork to it.
Yeah. No, that whole thing was so weird because I was fine. Like the night it happened, physically I was okay. I mean, I had a bunch of teeth loose and a bunch of blood in my mouth and it hurt, but I already had a back injury and I was just so scared and in shock and like adrenaline.
The fucking sad part is you had to explain it to people.
Yeah.
Fuck
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Well,
Well, and then the news channels came out and they were able to pull up. That's the only reason I know how big the lightning bolt was they brought me the atmospheric weather thing. And they're like, you want to take a look at this picture of the satellite discharge of the lightning? And I was like, sure. But in my head, I'm like, what if I don't? And you got this camera on me and you're like bugging me about it. Like, what if I don't want to talk about it? And you guys are like at my door asking me questions.
Yeah, fucking media. Fuck them.
Yeah. I had that one time. My neighbor got beat to death with a 2x4 in his own home.
Oh, Jesus.
And,
wait,
2:00 in the morning, and here's the newspaper knocking on my door, wanting me to talk about what I thought happened to the neighbor next door. And I said, absolutely nothing. I know nothing, and I'm not going to say another word to you. Oh, but don't you want to? No, I don't want my name in the paper. I don't want my picture in the paper. And I have children here trying to sleep. And I appreciate if you get the fuck off my front porch.
Wait. I just want to say something. We're talking about our shit, and then all of a sudden you're like, the fucking news came to my
Yeah.
That was an hysterical segue into your there was no oh, by the way, this happened.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. That was funny as hell. I'm sorry. I know it's
well,
fucked up.
And now
hell,
here's the funny thing is
that
didn't just happen at that house once. That happened at that house twice. The second time, his girlfriend, and this different guy, obviously the first guy was a little bit dead. The second guy who moved in here had been in prison 73 or 4 times, and his old landlord decided, I'll give him one more chance. So I'm sitting in my house, and this white Lincoln kept coming up my driveway and sitting in my driveway. And it was a kind of a side road off the interstate. And then it was a church that was there, and they built our houses after the fact.
Late 70s, early 80s?
No, this was about 10 years ago.
Oh, they still make Lincolns now?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, it was still an old it was still an old Lincoln, but it was definitely probably one of St. Louis' finest pimp mobiles. But he come several times in the same day, and I just thought it was really, really weird. Well, that night, apparently, he come back, and they went into the house, shot off 6 shots, and then set it on fire.
Oh, God.
And this, again, I'm next door 50 feet away. And so, again, I'm calling 911 and saying, I just heard gunshots. And they're like, yeah, right, you did. And I was like, no, I just heard 6 gunshots, and I think my neighbor's house is on fire. So, of course, they show up. And, again, an hour after, the cops are there doing anything, here's the damn TV station beating on my door at, again, 3:00 in the damn morning, thinking that I'm going to want to talk to him about who do you think shot your neighbor's house up and caught it on fire? Nothing, but I sure the hell hope they didn't mean to do it to my house.
Yeah,
Get
I think
the
it was
hell away from me. I don't
I
want to
think it
be
was
on TV.
I think it was the Bloods that live on 32nd and 4th Street.
Yeah.
Raymond and
Yeah. I'm sure it was this Pitmobile has been in my driveway 3 times
yeah.
today.
And put me on the news to say that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Idiots.
Oh man.
Well, they had one the other day where it was on the news, like a bunch of kids were playing basketball, and this dude pulled a gun and shot like 4 or 5 shots at them, and then drove off. And then here they were at these kids' house where they were playing the basketball, had them on the TV, and had these kids spilling their guts about everything they saw, what kind of car it was, and blah, blah, blah. And then they showed the street sign of the crossing street right where they're at. And
Where
I'm like,
they fucking live.
yeah, are you trying to kill these kids?
Oh,
And the neighbor, and here's the better part, the neighbor caught him on videotape. So they have a videotape of the perp standing by his car, and now he knows exactly who saw him and what they know.
Oh my God.
That's not going to end well.
Huh, yeah. So fucking bad.
Not in St. Louis.
Yeah, it's just like, you idiots.
So Seattle has about 26 gun murders a year for 1 million people. Not bad.
There's been about 300 in the past 2 weeks.
Murders?
And yeah, in New York.
Yeah. Wow. Man.
Look it up.
Yeah, you have what, 12 million people in the city itself?
Who gives a fuck? It shouldn't happen.
No, it shouldn't. But I'm just curious. I was just trying to think size-wise, like what that means.
I don't know.
Because Seattle in the 90s, we had 150 murders a year, and now we have like 20 to 30 a year. And people are like, "Oh my God, crime's gone up 20%," and I'm like, "Well, that is pretty relative. I mean, it's gotten to be a much safer city."
I want to say by capita, they say St. Louis is the worst, but by actual
East
numbers, it's probably Chicago.
East St. Louis.
By population, we beat them.
Yeah, Flint, I think by population, Flint is the winner usually, like the last couple years. And then East St. Louis specifically, like that area, they consider the worst when I read them, the list. And then it kind of alternates between like Baltimore and Detroit and New Orleans and usually Flint.
Who has access to a computer right now? Alex or Tim?
Yeah.
What you need?
Yeah, what do you need?
Look up the last 4 months of New York City deaths or shootings. I don't know what to call it. No joke.
Homicides? Because like we have in Seattle we have a shooting every night,
I'm not
but we have
saying, oh, we're better, we got more kills. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, totally.
I have YouTube Premium, and
125 shootings have been logged in the first 3 weeks of the month in August.
Wow.
And that's where that was the first first violent spike that they were really reporting and intensifying.
Year to date.
Yeah, let's see.
A lot of times they don't post that for like a year or two after.
So that's definitely true.
And I see in August, in one weekend, 4 dead, 51 shot.
Yeah.
Come on, that's fucking nuts, man.
Yeah, that's nuts.
By the first minutes of Sunday, at least 43 had been shot. 2 people had died. 69 people the week before were victims of gun violence.
That's crazy.
So it's kind of looking, I mean, if this is representative at all, we're looking at least probably 300 a month.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's shootings. That's not murders. That's shootings.
No,
sure.
but it's shootings, and there are murders involved.
Yeah, and that's the ones that are reported and documented.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly, reported.
In those big cities, there's a lot of that never makes it to the actual report.
I hear gunshots in Seattle like every 2 or 3 weeks because I can hear, a few miles in each direction the way I live on a hill. And they're probably not shooting at anyone in particular. Usually, it's probably someone being dumb and shooting in the air or shooting in an industrial part of the town.
Yeah, but that don't happen here. There's no one shooting in the air. They're shooting at people.
Sure, yeah.
And there's stray bullets going to little kids' heads through a window.
Of course, yeah. Yeah.
And that's what we got to see. You got to go in the apartment and see a fucking, a baby or a 12-year-old with a bull in their fucking head, and the mother going.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So if you don't think people need fucking first responders need some kind of psychological help a little bit here and there,
Yeah.
Well, it's like, all right, here you go. Go to work the next day. You're like, what the fuck? I just saw a baby squirming on the floor with a bull in their fucking head, and I couldn't save them, giving them mouth to mouth. And now it's COVID. What? Yeah, that's fun. That's fun.
That was probably the hardest thing I ever had to do when I worked at the hospital. Is we had to document children that had been abused.
Oh God, that is the worst.
And so literally, we spent. Oh, there was one time I was standing in the room with the father. We know the father did it. The mother told us the father did it. But the baby was literally comaed and convulsing for about 2 weeks. And we had to go in every day and videotape it. And
that's what makes me want to kill people.
Oh,
honestly.
yeah.
Wait.
That's the shit that tears you inside out.
Both you guys just said it. It was years ago when I worked at a hospital, seeing babies in it literally looked like it wasn't like a crib. It was like a fucking gel because they were crack babies screaming, like little babies addicted to crack, born from crack moms.
Yeah.
Do you ever see a fucking crack baby?
Yes.
Crack baby, I'm talking about an actual infant or couple years old, 4 years old. And they put them in these little metal things so they don't get out. And they're like King Kong, shaking the fucking shit out of the cage. And they're screaming. They're fed. They're getting the IVs, but they're screaming because they want crack. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
It's so disheartening. You're like, oh my God, what can I do for this fucking kid? It's so horrible.
I've seen that with them.
And the fucking parents are just all cracked out and they come visit them once a week and they got to be fucking with a social worker and shit. It's so fucking horrible, man.
Yeah.
So fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Born addicted. It's so terrible.
It's like 1 in 8 babies in the county out here are born addicted to opiates right now.
Mm-hmm.
So fucking horrible.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Yeah, I have a brother who fosters special needs children, and they've adopted tried to do 5. They've actually adopted 4 of them so far, but the 5th one they couldn't. But you get these parents too that do this. They lose their kid at birth. The government, raises their kid. Somebody hopefully and will that's worth a damn will be willing to foster them and give them a home. And then about the time you get these kids halfway normal, you're getting some structure in their life. Then the parent comes back wanting their kid back. Yeah. And of course, in most states, you got to give them back. And then a week later, here's the kid again back in a home because mama cracked out and tried to sell her to somebody, or mama cracked out and, whatever.
Yeah.
And so then the kid, of course, you just made, years of work getting them adjusted and in a lifestyle. Then they get jerked back into this.
Yeah, fucking with.
And then if you're lucky, you'll get them back in the same home, before. But 9 times out of 10, they get somebody else.
That's like Whitney Houston, and her daughter cracked out a fucking week later and died.
Yeah.
And then you end up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times the same parent yo-yos their child.
Oh yeah.
Only to find out it's because they get more money on their welfare with the child in the home, so they can buy more crack.
Yep, two grand a month per kid.
Yeah, it's
in New York anyway.
Wow, that's crazy in New York. They get 600.
They don't get that here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here it's a few hundred a kid.
Nope.
Yeah.
$2,000 a month per kid in New York.
Unless if you are an immigrant or a refugee, then you get the $2,000 a month. Plus, you get all the normal, food stamps and assistance and stuff like that. That they get a bonus $2,000.
Are they
So-
taking refugees from Seattle?
No. mostly just Muslim countries. Well, no, not just Muslim. We get a lot of African,
Alex,
like Nairobi and places like that. We get a lot of those placed here.
Alex, start adopting.
Well, it's sad, but there's a lot of people that do.
I'm saying it sarcastically.
There's a lot of people that do that. They'll adopt as many as they can. Well, they don't adopt them; they foster them because they get the foster check and
Foster. You're right.
And that,
I've seen
just
that
like everybody
so many
else,
times.
that's one of the things my brother has to put up with because everyone's like, "Oh, well, how much do you make? How much do you make?" He's like, "Nothing."
Yeah, that's sick.
By the time they go with all the trouble and the cost and the yo-yoing and the medical and the psychological help and all that stuff, there's nothing left ever.
Yeah.
And he was a minister before that, so it's not like he's some drug addict who's trying to get extra money. He was a minister, who was an IT guy, made lots of money, and he just decided he was going to share it the best way he knew how, and that was helping kids that needed it.
Yeah,
Well, my wife.
That's the difference. People
I haven't really shared it with too many people, but since it's just us guys tonight, well, maybe a few people in the chat, I don't know, but I can't have kids after the lightning strike anymore.
Yeah,
and
that makes sense.
And so my wife and I will probably be adopting now. We were trying, so
yeah.
But it's been something to think about, like, giving another kid a better chance, though, because the system is so messed up.
Oh,
yeah.
I totally agree with that. I'm not saying like fostering and all that stuff's bad. I'm talking about the people that are fucked up.
Oh,
that
of course.
Doing it for the bill,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just like anything. Somebody does something that's good for somebody, and someone thinks, well, there's got to be an angle. There's got to be what's in it for you. Hey, maybe I raised a child that's healthy and loves me.
Right.
There are other things, folks, that are worth something in your life.
Go figure.
Unfortunately, many people never figure it out.
I care about my fish. Gee, what do you think I'd do with a human?
Yeah.
Oh, you would have.
Oh, well, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people care a lot more about their pets than they do about humans.
That's true.
I think Alex would be the best papa.
I was pretty excited. We had a couple miscarriages too, so
yeah.
But
I've been through that. I've been through that. It's not normal.
It's life. But
now, have you retested to make sure that it's permanent long term?
It's my brain. It's my pituitary gland. I have a piece of skull in the middle of it. So I'm finally actually just figured out like what hormones I need to be taking daily again, because like my testosterone went down to 20, which I don't know if you know about testosterone scores, but that's like unheard of.
Twinkies.
You're gonna have to start squatting to pee. That's
yeah, that's lower than women's. Yeah.
We get a lot of that in the radiation business too.
Oh,
actually,
I bet.
Actually, my brother is sterile from radiation.
Mm-hmm.
He was a HP health physicist for a nuclear plant, full commercial nuclear plant.
Oh wow!
But
it's
and also us larger guys, it happens quite commonly with us big guys because we can't maintain the proper temperature in the tool shed.
Right. Holy shit! I thought New York sucked. What's up with you guys?
It's called belly roll when the tool shed's too well insulated.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, like, wow.
Everyone's got shit to deal with, right?
Oh yeah, and 99% of it no one will ever know or see. But we're more than happy to pass judgment.
True. Yeah, that's what I try to remember.
And the internet magnifies that 1,000,000 times.
Yeah. Well, that's why.
Hell yeah.
That's why I like coming together though with people like this. So
Well, if people pull the shit off their head, quit trying to stir shit all the time. Like you say, listen a little bit more. You get a lot more out of folks, and you realize there's a lot more to folks than the 5 or 6 trigger, talking points that everybody wants to throw in everybody's faces.
Oh wait, Tim.
Yeah.
You gotta scream right now. You gotta scream like, sub, like, sub, and subscribe.
There you go.
Oh God, that makes me so sick. I'm sorry. I can't stand when people say it. I'm sorry.
Please subscribe.
Please. Like.
There are times it's okay.
I love Alex and I love Tim right now. Like, I've been subscribed to Tim for a long time, but like, it just makes like it's real right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
well. And Tim hasn't made any content for damn near a year. Tim's been lazy.
Yeah, I've been lazy.
I've been
making going on, so
I've been making a lot of content because I've been craving heroin really bad because people are using it in front of my house all day, every day.
Yeah.
Since my mom thing's going on, I don't like. For me to make a video, I have to feel happy, and I haven't felt happy.
Yeah, it's hard. Well, and I say I haven't made anything. I've got hours and hours and hours and hours of video that I just haven't done anything with. Just sitting. In fact, I've shot so much now I don't remember what all I have, and you know how that gets. I'm there are people that hoard things. I hoard data. Like,
I'm the same way.
Years ago when Second Life started, and I decided I was going to pirate shit in Second Life for shits and grins.
Yeah,
I ended up filling like terabytes with nothing but like image sets for clothing, hair, Barbie, Dream Vet, just stupid things. I'd see them and I'd copy because the original reason is I wanted to know how to do it. I was trying to learn how to, do all the skins and all that stuff. And the easiest way is to take something and tear it apart.
Yeah.
So I started, copy cloning crap and then tearing it apart and then putting in the textures that I wanted and putting in, and actually I made money in that game. I was matching skin on people's fake breast implants. So like the one guy was making the inflatable jugs and stuff that all the folks were putting on their avatars. But the problem is none of his skin sets matched the custom skin sets that people were selling. And I said, here's the deal. I can do it, but I can't copy your skin. So you have to buy me the same skin that's on your guy. And then once I own that skin, I can take the image and I can put it on the implants and give them back to you because you own it and I own it now. So I got free crap. That's what I would charge people is you got to buy the same item for me. And so then I would take it, deconstruct it, steal the textures out of it, and then slap it on whatever they wanted to match. But that gets pretty tricky when you get those in breasts that inflate to different sizes and shapes, and you're trying to match clothing lines. And
wait. There's a company like you buy it, and you can mold your cock.
Yes.
Yeah, they had those too. Yeah.
I would be a millionaire.
Dicks, balls, you name it, you could buy it all. At whatever size you wanted and make it whatever color you wanted. Well, there's some Chinese lady in there. She's a millionaire now, and it was from buying and selling virtual real estate. And now she's like one of the biggest real estate agents in the world, and she doesn't own real property. It's all virtual.
I would mold Alex's cheekbones. Make $1 billion.
I am it's funny, I see him because I'm out here in the floodlight. Only on the camera do I see him, though. You know what I mean? Like,
you get the right angle of lighting, yes.
No, I know. Yeah. On your regular videos, I don't see it, but when you're in your backyard and that light clicks on and off, that automatic light.
It gives him that Abraham Lincoln distinction.
Oh, he looks beautiful. I love it.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, I actually was looking at it, and then I've got blonde facial hair, so it looks like I got a chiseled chin.
Yeah, you do.
Got
Even
the old
though
square chin going, yeah.
Awesome.
even though I'm like a round baby face usually.
The Punisher. You like the Punisher.
Yeah, that, and I'm like, since the whole what started, I think I've put on 50 extra pounds. No joke.
I got 20 fucking 5 too.
I
Yeah.
lost weight.
Very nice.
Get out of here.
But it's because I had my gallbladder removed and I can't eat anything anymore.
Oh, that'll do it.
But that's why you're the chubby guppy.
Yeah, I was. Well, I'm still good and chubby, but I'm not as chubby as I was.
But you got good hair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
there you
bad. Not bad. It's all gray now.
You know what?
That's all right. Great.
I've been wearing a hat all day, so it looks like crap.
You might take this as an offense, and I don't mean for it to be one. I mean it to be
Oh.
good. But you look like a better looking version of Corey.
Oh my God! I was gonna say that 2
there you
hours
go.
ago.
Well, actually,
I'm not
yes.
talking to you no more.
Unfortunately, I'm built very similar to the Corey.
I'm not talking to you no more, Alex, because I was gonna say that 2 hours ago, but I didn't want to offend Tim. I swear to God, I was gonna say that.
Well, and to be honest, we're probably pretty similar folks.
That's terrible.
I have a similar history and that kind of stuff. The difference is,
thing, but I swear
the
to
difference
God,
is my rabid success
thought the
hasn't
same
gone to
thought.
my head.
I'm not smart like Alex, but I think we have similar thoughts on things.
I don't know what I am anymore. Like I never know what to say to that if people are like, "Oh, you're smart." Well, I know I'm not an idiot, but
No,
there's plenty of smart people, so it doesn't really mean much unless you got all the other elements in place too,
Not
But-
uncomfortably stupid, thank you.
But I mean, there's a lot of smart people in the world, and there's a lot of socially inept people that are really smart. So, I'll take a friendly person over a smart person most days.
I'm a fucking regular guy, and I really enjoy people that are, I don't want to say smarter than me. I'm saying like people that can explain themselves better than me. Like I'm just like I don't know. On my job, I'm on point.
Mm-hmm.
But on like a video or something like that, I'm like a weirdo. Like, I'm shy.
Takes time. I was like that when I was younger, very, very shy, very introverted. Was always told that I was very, very smart, but I never believed it, kind of thing,
Yeah, me too. When I was younger,
and wasted a lot of opportunity that way.
I'm definitely an introvert, but on my job, I'm like really good.
Well, and it's for me, like when you guys see me in a video or a live stream that's on my channel, that's an act. You know what I mean? Like it's me, but it's me at a social event, like a family reunion or on a date or whatever,
Yeah.
But like tonight, this is just
in entertainment mode.
Yeah.
Flip the switch and you are a thespian.
Right. Well, I was an actor for a while. Like I did a bunch of plays. I won the state award for best monologue when I was like 18.
Yeah. See, when I was a teenager, I was scared to death to public speak. I played instruments. I played saxophone, stuff like that, and did okay. But again, could have done better if I just had a little more confidence.
Sure. Well, confidence is a hard one, man.
Yeah.
Where it counts, And
of course, now looking back, it's like, I had 42 medals from contests, from state contests, and stuff like that, and 95% of them were ones, and a few twos. I think I got 1-3 one year from a guy who was a dick, but I tried to play music that he arranged, and he did not like my interpretation.
that can go either way, man.
Yeah, so I went for the flattery, and I ended up getting the boot in the asses. But that's what you get for sucking up. So
yeah, I mean, you either gonna nail it or you're gonna get it. You're gonna get nailed, one or the other.
I forget he had some just ridiculous complaint, and I'm like, I'm a sophomore in high school, I'm not Johann Sebastian Bach. I'm some dick in a cornfield who found your music and liked it, and you really should appreciate that.
Well, that's the thing is when people find a video, like I'm still just blown away when somebody's like says something nice about it. Like every single comment I'm still impressed by. I'm still just like, really, that helped you? Like Okay, cool. I mean, like, that's awesome. If I didn't have
Yeah.
to pay rent, that would be all I would care about. You know what I mean? But
It's kind of funny. I made, I was talking to Bob Kaler one night
yeah.
about ghost shrimp, and he had kind of fallen in that same thing. A lot of people fall into. They thought they had to be in brackish water to breed.
Oh, right.
I said, no, you're thinking of a mono shrimp. I said, it's completely different species. I said, they're all over the place,
Yeah.
Oh, he was pretty sure, he thought. And I said, well, I've done it. I said, hold on, I think I got some old video and stuff. So I pulled up my old phone, and sure enough, after sorry,
He's gone. He's a ghost.
I gotta find my button. Well, that ain't it.
Somehow we see your camera menu.
Yeah, there it is. I reached.
Every-
I'm
Every
groping
30
blind.
minutes, my camera turns off.
Yeah.
Oh,
every
yeah,
30
that's
minutes.
what that is. Yep.
I
You
got
got
to look
DSLR.
that up before I go to bed and figure out. There's
got a
setting
Canon?
on there I can click it. Yeah, it's a Canon 50D.
Thought I recognized. Oh, that's a nice one.
That's my free one. I got that one from free the other day, and so I made it my webcam.
Nice.
My other one's my other one's a 70D. It's a little bit nicer.
That is
But
nice.
the 50D, I unlocked it with Magic Lantern, and so now I can go through. I can, of course, before you would have seen all the crap on the screen, and you've seen the bracket, the focus brackets, and all that. But by putting that on there, I can clear everything and get a clean HDMI out on it.
Oh, nice.
I just didn't have time before we set up tonight to figure out which setting it is that kills that timer switch.
See, I don't know any of that.
And it might
need
be
to
on
figure
that
that out.
model that I can't. There are some models where you do just. One guy says he just sets a timer for 29 minutes and then he reaches up and just hits the button every 29 minutes. But
That's fun.
the other thing is it might work if I put it in video record. A lot of them will stay on as long as it's recording.
Yeah.
But I've got it on AC. I've done everything else I can do.
It's such a bizarre feature. I mean, just get like a capacitor that can tell what the temperature is if that's the problem. I mean,
yeah. Well, actually, if you notice, it gives me the temperature 55 Celsius is what I'm running temperature. Once you put that jailbreak in it, you get all kinds of information that the camera doesn't normally give you. You get a whole different menu set. Instead of the regular info button, I hit the trash can, and then that brings up the it's a firmware hack where you don't actually put the firmware in the camera, but you put a hack in the firmware that refers it to firmware on your memory card. So it all runs off your memory card.
I don't know how you do it.
What was that?
I don't know how you do it. You showed off several hours ago.
Yeah.
Display. I'm like, how do you handle that? Like, how do you know what the hell's going on?
It took practice. Took practice, but so there it is up there. Oh, wait a minute. Got you coming.
Oh wow, you got quite the setup. That's sweet.
Oh, I've been working on it, like say, all through COVID. So this is my
fucking awesome
ATM Mini Pro, and it's got all my previews, and I can actually stream with it, full audio.
Wow.
Because I'm using StreamYard, I don't have to use all that. But yeah, I've got laptop, 3 monitors, and then my main TV is also a monitor, but I don't have it on right now.
Wow, that's rad.
I've just been digging and digging, but I've got my other camera is a little Canon Vixia HR R800 video camera.
Yeah,
but basically I've converted everything over to HDMI, so I can plug laptops in, PlayStation, whatever I want through this mixer.
That's cool.
All my lights are off. Yeah.
Tim, show Alex your fish room.
All the lights are off right now.
I know the 3%, whatever.
Well, here, hold on. Let me find my phone. Phone.
Is it all wired up too now?
Yeah, mostly.
Love it.
The ones that are on are the ones that I don't have plugged in the system right now, because the fixtures went out and I replaced the fixtures, and I just didn't go the trouble to run the wire.
Wow.
Got to find my remote. I moved everything around.
So you must be into like soldering and stuff like that then, right?
I used to be. I don't solder much anymore. I used to do, build
More plug and play
robotics
these days, I guess. But
and all that stuff. Boom, here we're on.
oh wow, that's
but yeah,
sweet. You got it all set up.
I've got a couple of, let me see, get my finger. I've got 2 of these 6-foot racks, one on this wall and one on this opposite wall.
You see that, Alex? Come on.
This
Yeah.
right here is 3 racks in a cube. So there's one on the back side of this that's the same.
And he has
And then
another wall. And he has
This on the
stuff
end. These are 20 longs. These are 10s. These are 20 talls. And then these are 10s up here, a few 5s.
Nice.
But I've
That's
got
awesome.
my air is run through this PVC and it squares around all this. And then I have a line that runs over to the other wall. I've got a pump back in this corner. And then in that room, you can just see right there my wash machine. Through that back there is where my water and stuff is. So I have water lines that come over to it. And then they come down. You can see a little nipple here. These are irrigation lines that I used.
That's so cool.
And
that's
so
exactly what I want to set up once we get our own place. Like finally.
Yeah. Well, see, and I rent too, so everything's modular on these 6-foot racks.
Oh
so
man,
everything stands out from the wall.
that's
Nothing
rad.
nothing connects to the wall except for in the laundry room. I did mount my filters on the wall for my carbon block and stuff like that.
Have you done a video on that whole setup?
I have not. I've got a
You
lot of
should
video
do one on
taken,
that,
but
man.
I've not put it together. So that's my goal. The thing that I've not got right now is, and I chickened out instead of drilling them. You can see right here on the front.
Yeah.
They're PVC overflows, and I've got them set up and they work, but I haven't put them on all the tanks yet.
Do you have to start the siphon on them, kind of thing, or how's that work?
Oh, when you initially set them up, yeah, you got to fill them completely and start to siphon, and then you just can't let them evaporate out. If you let them go more than a week or 2 without running water through them,
got it.
That'll evaporate the trap, and then you'll lose it. And so then you have to fill them again, and that's the big pain in the ass. Is you have to completely submerge it in water and then mount it. Well, because I mounted it so close to the wall here, it's hard. I have to get it on the back of the tank from the front, and there's such a small gap. It's hard to maneuver and get it over without losing your water. So
well, and I was just looking at the gap between the tanks height wise. That's got to be a little difficult to work in, huh?
Yeah, it's not as bad as it looks.
Okay, it is far away.
It's about a foot. The glare of the light, the glare of the light makes it look less. But if you look at the bottom row,
yeah, never mind. That's not bad then.
When I like this right here, my arm will just fit through those openings there. But in the front, I can get my whole shoulder in, and there's plenty of room for nets and all that. And then you don't see it, but there's also about 3 inches up underneath the shelf above. The front edge blocks it, but it's actually deeper. So once you get your arm inside, you've got more room than it looks like. And then you can't see it, but on the very bottom, I've got 45-gallon tubs. So you see the duckweed on the side. So there's 2 45-gallon tubs in the very bottom that act like sumps. Yeah. So we fill them in, they overflow to the bottom sumps. And then once they get to a certain point, they pump out. And then my bottom sump is where I keep all my extra plants and crap like that. And just
that's so sweet, man. That's awesome.
And do all that. That was weird. I looked up, and on his monitor, I guess because the delay, it still had still had my screen. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's not where I'm at. Well, see, and that's the other thing, because I've got this production screen. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different monitor feeds there, and then I've got the four coming from the StreamYard. So it gets kind of crazy trying to remember what's up and who's on who and who's doing what to who. And
do you feel like a god sitting there with all that info?
Almost. I'm getting there.
Do you have security cameras and stuff wired up?
No.
I was gonna say you could do that too.
But yeah, I could. Let's see. Here's my video switcher down here, and this one actually, like I say, will stream by itself. But I can do.
Oh, I gotta go plug my phone in. Hold on.
Sure. But yeah, it lets you do all the transition mixes and fades and picture in picture. Like if I come back here, I can come in and I can picture in picture in the corner. I guess I want to do it this way and then picture in picture in the corner.
I wish you could do anything like that.
And see, I can do all that without doing anything with my computer at all. So if you've got a computer that's not, you know, super strong, you get, well, now granted this sumbitch here was $600, but it's not cheap, but I can take it anywhere and just plug in and stream, you know.
That's pretty cheap to me. I mean, compared to what computers can cost.
Well, and when you think about what this piece of equipment does, it does the same thing that a $3,000 mixing board does in a TV station.
Yeah, yeah.
Because over on this screen over here, this is all my cameras and inputs, and I can do media. I forgot that's not a touch screen, Tim. Boy, we get spoiled.
You know what's so funny? You have all that, but you can't figure out the timer on your camera.
Well, that's because that camera was never meant to do that. The only way you can do it is to actually hack the firmware. So that's what I'm working on. Is I've hacked the firmware. I didn't. Somebody else smarter did.
And, I get it, but
I'm just trying to figure out the learning curve on everything. But yeah, this is my new baby. This is a Rogue
3,
Gamer.
2, 1, blacked out.
And it is fabulous. Overclocked. I guess it's overclocked at like 4.5 gig or something like that. It screams.
Yeah, that's quick.
But
oh, Kev's snoring.
Yeah, he's going hardcore now. But you can see it's pretty cool because, like I say, I get my 4 camera feeds across here. I have a laptop in here that's not on, and then I also have it set up so I can send video from my phones too.
Wait,
Nice.
That's
so cool.
Is that Kevin snoring?
Yeah, he's snoring hardcore. The milkman's come to his door, and
I'm sorry, I just find that funny.
You know, this funny story is my mom used to snore like that, and we would all, you know, all 7 of us would tell her, "Mom, we couldn't sleep last night because you're snoring," and she's like, "I don't snore," you know, adamant she didn't snore, and my dad would look at her and say, "Oh, the fuck you don't snore."
Yeah.
And so finally, the new day and age, you know, I got my my video camera on VHS one time, and I whipped it out and recorded her for like 30 minutes snoring. And put it on the TV and started playing it, you know, really loud in the house. Sure enough, here she comes. What is that horrible sound? What is it? It's like, it's you snoring. I don't snore. Blah blah blah. So then we finally took her into the TV room and showed her sitting there. You know, through the whole thing.
I did the same thing to my wife, and she got so mad.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. My mom was pissed because from that day on, she'd start to say, "I don't snore," and then she'd just shut up. And you could just tell she was just mad as hell.
Yeah, that's a bad decision.
That's funny.
I don't snore.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna maybe hop in on Father Fisher's chat and see what
got someone else going.
It's already that time.
I did.
My gosh, I haven't gone to bed yet. I need to go to bed.
I did a 7-hour stream yesterday, and a lot of things happened.
Damn.
It was a weird thing, but anyway. It was
did
on my
Father
other.
Fish, did something happen?
It was on my other Aquarium Cop channel, and you know Miles, Fish Whisperer Miles.
Yeah.
His father walked past the camera like 3 times in his underwear. Everybody went nuts. So that's why I put it on private because, you know.
That's funny.
Oh,
it wasn't his father's fault. His father didn't know. And, you know, I mean, it's worth 1 billion views, but that's, you know, someone's father. I'm not going to do that.
You just need to blur his face.
I don't know how to do that. I got a dumb phone. That's all I got.
Yeah,
just edit Sasquatch in.
But I get send it to you, Alex, and tell you the time. It's 4 hours and 19.
You know what we need to do is somebody needs to lay out the bucks and get the software that puts the face on the video.
Oh yeah.
And then we can start making fun of our friends.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I'm just picturing it again.
We can start animating people.
Oh, totally. Yeah, the face mapping stuff.
Putting up phony YouTube videos.
Oh man,
We could get in a lot of trouble.
it's gonna be bad when the deep fakes are just like easy for everyone to do on your phone in a couple years. It's gonna be bad.
They've got it now. I think it's like they charge outrageous amount. It's like 10 or 20 bucks a month. But yeah. You shoot the video and then choose who you want it to be and send it to them. They have to render it and send it back to you. But you're hard damn pressed to tell it's not real unless you can tell the difference in the body versus the face, you know.
Right.
Like I couldn't put, you know, Michael Jackson's head on me and people believe it. But there are some of them that I've seen that are literally, I mean, I used to edit video for a living, and that I can't see it, you know, in the resolution they're showing it now. Maybe at a higher resolution or something, it might show up more. But
Have
and
you
I mean,
seen
there's sometimes obviously the face angle isn't right and things like that, but you know, night and day better than it used to be. It's not like
pretty sweet aquarium cop. Looks like a disco.
Yeah.
Well,
now, do you have any problem with allergy running those blue lights?
I just put it on now. I don't run them.
Yeah,
ever.
okay. I'm gonna say I know a lot of people try to run them at night and they just end up with string algae nightmare.
I never do that. I never do that.
But yeah, I had a tank that I set up with a bunch of glowfish and glow plants and stuff like that. You know, everything everybody hates, but I thought it looked really, really cool. Unfortunately,
I don't do fake plants.
Well,
I don't do enough acid.
From the nuclear waste days, I actually had like several yellow nuclear waste barrels in miniature. It was nuclear waste candy, is what it was.
Oh
so
yeah,
it's like these little yellow nuclear waste barrels with the trifoil and then green ooze coming out, you know, over the top of the barrel.
I've
got about 3 of those down in there and stuff like that. My problem is it's guppy grass has taken over, so you can't see any of the decorations anymore.
Oh,
it's all guppy grass.
I wonder what real light or what real plants would do under UV light for a long time.
They burn up. They burn them.
It just burns them.
Yeah. Same thing with glowfish. You can't put them under a true black light. It'll burn their skin.
Oh, right. Yeah. Tan them.
Now, depending on the depth in the water and that sort of thing.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, if they say you have to use the blue aquarium, the 470 nanometer or whatever. Anything lower than that, you'll actually cause skin burns. Well, same thing if you run UV light, you know, without a case. God, I used to, for a while, I did moderation on Fish Tank Talk, which is a huge site, but it's run by a dick. And
the echoed.
Anyway, it was, I forgot what I was going. Where was I going with that?
I'm sorry, but that was funny.
A guy was showing pictures of this fish, and his eyes were just, you know, cataracts like nobody's business, and his skin didn't look good, and he kept saying all this stuff, and everybody said, well, you know, you probably got something in the water, you need a UV light. And he's like, I've got a UV light, and, you know, blah blah blah. And that's when it hit me. I was like, dude, tell me that your UV light has a cover on it. He's like, no. He said, and he showed it. Just drops it right in the tank, turns it on. And I said, your fish is blind because of the UV. I said, you basically have cooked the side of your fish, and his eye will probably never come back. And sure enough, that's what he had been doing. Was he left that light on, and of course it made heat, so the fish hung out by it.
Oh yeah,
and so yeah, one eye was just white. Completely.
Well, plus a lot of fish see UV light, so they interact with it.
So yeah, he was cooking his fish slow because he got one of them cheap Chinese lights that you drop in that didn't, you know, have a pump housing or anything like that.
Man, what are we looking at, Cop?
I said that's meant for putting in your sump. That's not meant for putting with live animals.
What are we looking at, Cop?
It's a fish, and it's frozen. Or is that glare on the glass? I can't tell.
I don't know.
I'm circling it with my mouse like you can see it. Dun dun.
So you pulled an all-nighter, Tim?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
which is that Jesse from HE Aqua wild caught with his hand and mailed them to me.
What are they?
Yeah, I don't know. Your screen had froze up for a while. I don't know if we actually saw what you were showing us.
Oh, don't.
And now your audio's cut out.
Of course.
He's pushing buttons. I see he turned off his mic.
You hear
Mic
me?
is on.
Yes.
We hear you now.
Oh, I was showing you dojo baby dojo loaches that
We heard baby dojo loaches and you cut out again.
HE Aqua.
Oh yeah, he caught them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he sent them to me.
So you have
And
wild
now
caught
he went back
dojo
to go to the area. Yes, and he went back to go catch more, and the area that he caught them is all dried up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, where does he live?
Hawaii.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesse.
Hawaii.
Okay, yeah. Someone let dojo loaches go?
So he told me I have the last wild caught dojo loaches in the world of Hawaii.
The last Hawaiian dojo loaches.
There you go.
You know, when I went there,
Yeah.
I went to Hawaii and I was obsessed with finding invasive fish in the little ponds and creeks from like, you know, they banned a lot of stuff. They don't let you import a lot of the species that they used to, but I found guppies like in every creek I went to.
Yeah. Probably originally mosquito fish.
Mm-hmm.
They went through Southeast Asia and all over the place.
Oh, mosquito fish.
Well, a lot of people said that's where the betas came from, that the betas weren't naturally in Southeast Asia, that they were brought in for mosquito patrol. And
Where do they think they were from, maybe?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I've heard from folks there in the Philippines and places over there. They said no, they weren't. They were brought here.
That would make sense if they're from like Thailand or something, you know, and not all the islands.
So yeah, wherever they, and I don't know about I don't know the actual origin, but if I had to guess, I would probably guess Central Asia, India, that area, somewhere in there. But yeah, the British took them everywhere for mosquito control and dropped them in every pond and water source they could find.
Yeah, well, malaria was pretty nasty back then.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to do, is get rid of malaria. And any other waterborne dengue and stuff like that, any of the mosquito carried.
Yellow fever, dengue, break bone.
I'm afraid to press the back button. I don't know if you guys hear me.
We can hear you.
We can hear you now.
Because if Kev, you know, if I drop off, he can't bring me back up. So I just
right.
When I lived in Florida, also, of course, I had a fish tank with, you know, fish in it. And where I lived, there was a canal. It's called the Turnpike Canal or something like that. Anyway, I didn't fish like, you know, with a hook and stuff. I just would run a net through, and I caught these fish that looked like guppies, which ended up to be mosquito fish. And I put it in my tank, and that little freaking mosquito fish killed everything.
Yeah.
He nailed everybody in their gill. By the next morning, all my fish were dead.
Oh man.
But in Florida, they drop mosquito fish from helicopters into the waterways to prevent malaria or some shit.
I
don't know, it was weird. But anyway, I thought, oh, look, I caught a guppy. I'm going to throw it in my fucking tank. And that little idiot, it killed everything in my tank.
People don't realize sometimes guppies can actually be quite territorial, quite possessive.
Oh yeah.
If you get one, females especially, people think the males are the fighters, but you get a female with a bad disposition, she'll tear up anything.
I mean,
Babies
it was
don't
called
matter.
it was called the mosquito fish, and it killed my mollies, guppies, everything. Everything was done.
That was a Gambusia.
Yeah.
Crazy. It looked like a female guppy to me. I was like, oh, look at what a fish. Let me throw it in my tank. Boom.
Probably clear, didn't have much color to it.
Yep. And it wasn't a disease. That thing was crazy.
The fish was the disease.
You go from the wild to all of a sudden having a bunch of roommates with unlimited food, and something's got to happen. He's like, it's mine. It's all mine.
Well, you guys, it's been really nice talking. I think I'm gonna hop into Father Fish's chat just because I'm getting tired and I just gonna spectate for a bit.
I'm same boat. I'm gonna have to get up here and at least get a good 30 minutes, 40 minutes of bed before my wife wakes up.
I feel it. Yeah. My wife already came up once and was like, "What are you doing?"
Well, the only reason my wife's not here is because the camera's on. She'll hide. She'll peek around the corner. It's time for bed. It's time for bed.
My wife does that too.
She don't want to be on camera.
It's been nice talking with you.
Alone, you give her a telephone, and it's Selfie City.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. Well, you be good, sir. I'll leave you alone. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, it was sincerely though. It was a nice chat. Thank you.
Oh yeah, really enjoyed it, Alex.
Take care.
Aquarium Cop, Kev, wherever you are.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. Take care, guys. Kev, it's time for bed. Hey, Kevin, we're going to bed, bud. You have a good night. Does that mean? I thought I should tell him. He'll sleep better in his bed. Y'all be good. Talk to y'all later.